you talking through the
What,
mic.
right now?
No, no, right
Be-
now you're perfect and good.
Oh,
Don't change anything.
Before it was pure static at
a
some times. Yep.
banshee and Donald Duck.
Yep. So so not much change from normal, but
Ah, ah,
ah,
ah.
We're live now. Okay. Yeah, let's start. I've got one. Yep. Welcome to the City Council meeting for Tuesday, January the 12th, 2021. I'm going to begin the meeting with the acknowledgement statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationships to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. We'll now move on to bouquets. We'll start with Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. So first off, I'd like to give bouquets to all elected officials in our province who followed provincial COVID restriction guidelines. I'd also thank residents of Lethbridge who, during Christmas holidays, also chose to follow the provincial guidelines. I'd like to thank the staff and volunteers at LSEO for undertaking a huge event on Christmas Day where 900 plus meals were delivered to our community and 200 plus meals were picked up curbside. That is the most meals that LSEO has provided in its history. So I'd like to thank the staff and volunteers for that.
Okay, thank you. And congratulations, that's phenomenal. How many meals were delivered to seniors who were unable to leave their homes? So thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to send a big shout out to Teamwork Training. I believe this was, and Rob Miyashiro would probably know for sure. I think this is the 12th year of the 23 Days of Christmas for Meals on Wheels. Phenomenal success. And this year they raised at least $27,000 to keep the Meals on Wheels program going. Again, at these very trying times, it just really added to the spirit of the season. Yeah. So congratulations to Tanya Miller and all the team at Teamwork Training for that.
Thanks for that, Mark.
Yeah, you bet.
Thank you. And Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Following up the the shout outs to our community and those folks who are doing such amazing work and necessary work in our community. I just want to congratulate the entire community. It was a very strange and different holiday season and New Year's, but by and large, our community pulled together. I know that we've got so many individuals and businesses, organizations struggling at this time, but I also know how many members of our community are stepping up and helping and supporting all of those folks. I've got to give a special shout out to our arts and culture community who are doing their darndest to keep people entertained, distracted, and just bringing a little joy to people's lives. Allied Arts Council has been doing some amazing work trying to get art into people's hands to create and come together as a community. New West Theatre has put on several different shows. Their most recent light show and show at the Yates was well attended. I know they also did caroling to all of our senior citizens' homes in the community, and that was a joy for all of them, as well as Nika Yuko. Lots of challenges there. They navigated it incredibly well, and it's been something for all of our community to do. There's so many others, so I won't go on, but I just want to give a blanket thank you to our community for stepping up and trying to make this challenging time better for everyone. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Nothing, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Morrow?
Nothing.
Councillor Croson? Councillor Croson? Councillor Croson, are you unmuted? We cannot hear you. Acting Mayor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I too just want to give a huge shout out to the businesses in our community that have found ways to adapt to these COVID restrictions. I know that there's a lot that are not able to even be open, but to those that are supporting these businesses by either buying gift certificates for future and all the businesses around the community that are supporting each other and buying gift certificates and for, again, when the time that they do open. It was a tough 2020, and I think this 2021 will be a lot better. And I just ask the citizens, the businesses to hold tight, and that we will have a better year in 2021.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parker?
Nothing, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
I'll go back. Councillor Croson, are you there?
My apologies. I had a frozen computer for a few minutes. Nothing for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to commend the Lethbridge Curling Club and the bid committee for putting together the bid and for their partners like Visit Lethbridge, all those who contributed to the bid. We were successfully chosen to host the Briar in 2022, and huge kudos to everyone who worked so hard on that bid. It's going to be a great opportunity to showcase the city of Lethbridge, and it'll be a wonderful economic boost as well. Much needed. We just hope that businesses can hang on. And in that light, I have been talking to the Chamber of Commerce and to business leaders in the city of Lethbridge who meet with me on a regular basis. I've asked them for ideas, ways that we can advocate to the provincial government for a better way of responding to COVID while COVID remains a threat. How do we keep businesses open? How do we keep each other safe? What recommendations do we have that they are not already hearing? They're welcome to directly respond to the Alberta Health website with suggestions, and certainly to their other provincially elected representatives, and we'd encourage them to do that. I would like to thank everyone who has made a special effort to keep others safe and adhere to the health recommended and required provincial health regulations and guidelines. The people who feel threatened are the ones who are in the retail side, feel sometimes exposed. We want to thank our first responders, our police, certainly the people working and responding to COVID in our community. And for some who haven't been directly affected, I know many people, quite a few families who have been affected, and I know people working in the medical professions who had to deal with it. And certainly very stressful for everybody involved. And it's really important that we be compassionate, that we be kind, and we keep each other safe. Important to support our businesses and support our residents. Thanks to all the folks on, I think it's Kindness Lethbridge Facebook site, where they're providing supports to people who request it. So tremendous to see that happening in our city. We truly are a city that cares, and wonderful to see those initiatives. So my bouquets go out to all of those who are trying to do their best in this trying situation. With that, we can move on. Okay, we'll start with a roll call at this point.
Mayor Spearman. Councillor Campbell.
Here.
Councillor Carlson.
Present.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Here.
Councillor Morrow.
Yep.
Councillor Parker.
Present.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Here.
Mayor Spearman.
Here.
In the chamber, I just want to mention we have Mayor Spearman, we have City Manager Dalton, we have Acting Director Adair, Director Hawkins, we have Communication Advisor Nick Cool. From clerks, we have myself, Bonnie Hilford, and Brian Westerson. And on teams from administration, we have City Solicitor Lowen, we have Carly Kleisinger from City Manager's Chief of Staff, City Treasurer Haley Pinkson, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I now have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Miyashiro. The consent agenda. Be it resolved that the minutes of the Community Issues Committee meeting held on Monday, December the 7th, 2020 be approved, and the Deputy Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, December the 14th be approved, and the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions, January the 12th, 2021. And further be it resolved that City Council provide the first reading to the following bylaws. Bylaw 6260, Amendment to Sewerage Service Charge Bylaw 3250. Bylaw 6261, Land Use Amendment Re 1303, Mayor McGrath Drive South. And bylaw 6264, Land Use Amendment Re 482, 484, 486, 490, 492, 494, 496, 500, 504, 508, 512, 514, 516, 520, and 522 Cooley Creek Boulevard South, Southgate. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm open for questions from my fellow councillors.
I have a question from Councillor Morrow.
Well, it's not so much a question. It was, and I had contacted the city clerk. I'd like to remove and vote on separately the bylaw 6261, land use amendment, Re 1303, Mayor McGrath Drive South. I'd like that voted on separately and taken out of the entire consent agenda.
Okay, so that's a motion to divide, is that correct? Or
Actually, with the procedure bylaw amendments that got passed recently, any member can pull any item from the consent agenda, and it doesn't take any motion at all.
okay. All right, we will pull 6261 from the consent agenda.
Your Worship, I would just add that it's going to be placed in Section 7 bylaws, and it will be heard before 7.1. It's just for first reading. Thank you.
Okay, you'll remind me accordingly. Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thanks, Mr. Spearman. My question was going to be around the bylaws and the public hearings. Because of COVID restrictions, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just wondering if we can maybe talk the public through the process. Will they be able to participate through Teams meetings? Not all people have Teams meetings. What will we have any different processes? One of the bylaws or certain bylaws may have no real public interest. Some may have great public interest. And so I'm just wondering if we've got a plan to navigate that and if we can maybe explain that to folks.
Okay. Mr. City Manager, or?
I'll defer to the clerk, yeah.
Yes, we do have a plan. It's pretty much the same plan since we had last March. Our capacity in the chamber is 20, so we can allow 20 people at one time. But people will be allowed to speak, and we will allow people in the chamber to speak as there's capacity. As well, we will have people participate remotely via Teams or phone or whatever we have. But people will get their ability to speak, and that will happen as it has been happening for sure. Thank you.
And I think it's maybe, if I could just add it, I think it's maybe a good point that we publicly explain, or we explain to the public what that looks like. They can also participate by writing in. I know we've received video and auditory recordings as well, but I think it's a good time, given the nature of some of these, to go out with a clear explanation to the public for how they can participate.
And thank you. Thanks, Craig, or City Manager Dalton. That is my intent here, is to try and communicate to the public that there are ways, and maybe we can make an effort to communicate that either now or some way.
Okay. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And maybe on that vein, especially in regards to the bylaw regarding the rezoning at 1303 Mayor McGrath Drive South. City Council has received a number of letters. However, those letters won't necessarily make or form part of the public record. There may need to be clarity then as well to the public as to what's happening with that information. If people have to resubmit, or if there's a process the council can use to forward the correspondence received so that it does form the body. So that might just be a heads up for future resolution. Thank you. Explaining the process to people in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do people have to resubmit, or will their submissions that we have received to date form part of the information for the public hearing?
Council can make a motion to have those items sent to the public hearing, but I believe that, and I'll refer to Director Hawkins, whether that report and bylaw, I guess it's just advertised now. The advertising will come shortly after the first reading's given. So the process will be advertised as well.
Normally, the correspondence received would not be included, but council could make a motion that all correspondence received be part of the public hearing once we pass first reading of the bylaw.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. With that, so we are going to withdraw bylaw 6261 from the consent agenda, and it will be dealt with separately. So the consent agenda as presented with bylaw 6261 withdrawn is for consideration. Are there any further questions? I see none. Back to Councillor Miyashiro. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Yep, thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. Call the question.
Question's been called. All in favor of the consent agenda as amended? Any opposed? And 6261, do we vote on that separately or later?
Later.
Okay. So we'll deal with 6261 later during bylaws. Okay. I now have a resolution from Acting Mayor Higgin, adoption of the agenda. Motion is that the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council of January the 12th, 2021 be adopted as presented, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. Madam City Clerk, are there any amendments?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Yes, there are two additions to this agenda. They are in-camera items. Item 10.6, BCC matter number 3, verbal, and number 10.7, HR matter. Thank you.
So the resolution now reads that the agenda of the regular City Council meeting of January the 12th, 2021, as amended, be adopted as presented, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Question?
Question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? That is unanimous. Okay, we're going to move to 5.1. It's a submission. It's the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls, Recommendations and Work Plan from Councillor Crowson. The resolution reads, be it resolved that City Council receive this report as information, and further be it resolved that Council approve the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls recommendations and their work plan and the accompanying one-time budget request of $435,000 as identified in Attachment 1. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will apologize in advance. I do seem to be having issues with my internet tonight or today, so if I go out of voice, just be aware of that. I'd like to start by saying I'm honored to bring this forward. This has been a long time coming and is thanks to the work of many volunteers, different people and various groups, such as our Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee, the Sisters in Spirit Committee, and it comes from the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls recommendations. This is our opportunity to start turning ideas from our reconciliation plan into action. On the 24th of June 2019, Council was provided a briefing, and we then directed the Reconciliation Lethbridge and Advisory Committee to come back with recommendations on missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. They brought that back in September to a CIC and then in October to Council. Council then asked administration to then come back to us with a work plan and with a budget. And that's what we see before us today. The work plan provides clear corporate and community response to many of the things that we have been working on as a community and as a corporation for the last several years. It demonstrates the city's commitment to reconciliation and supports ongoing development of relationships with the Indigenous community. It also ensures that adequate resources are put towards these concerns. There are in here clear and tangible steps with ways of measuring and seeing if we're actually moving forward on our reconciliation plans. I hope my colleagues had a chance to thoroughly read the work plan. I'd also like to make special note of the social and economic impact. We are looking at ways to enhance the physical, social, and cultural well-being and economic security of Indigenous women and girls and the community as well, looking at reducing barriers and helping people get access to meaningful employment. There is a lot of stuff in here, and this is a very comprehensive plan. This is not a plan that looks to be done in any single year. The budget ask is over 3 years, with approximately 150,000 in 2021, 2022, and 2023. There are also some parts of this work plan which will be sent to the CIP. One of the things we know is that if we are truly going to do reconciliation work, we have to ensure that people have value, respect, safety, and that we must have action. Inaction by council isn't an option if we want to truly move forward on a reconciliation statement, and that's what we have here today. So I will use that as my opening and leave it to see if my colleagues have any questions. I'm hoping Mr. Stein is either in the room or online as well to help us answer any questions.
We do have representatives from the committee here, including Mr. Stein. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to Councillor Crowson. Councillor Crowson, thank you for bringing this forward. I think it's been sort of top of mind for you for quite some time. I appreciate that. My only question is around the timing of this after budget deliberations. And the question, I think you probably know where I'm going, is where is this funded from?
I will ask administration and or our city treasurer to answer your question about the funding source for this that is recommended.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Carlson, I would recommend that this come from the MRSR reserve as a one-time funding allocation of the total $435,000 over the 3 years.
Okay,
As you recall, Councillor Carlson, when we sent this to administration in October, that was one of the questions I had, that this would come after budget deliberations. And one of the conversations we had at this time is if something is important, there is money in reserves to make sure we can move ahead on this.
Okay, and thank you for that. I appreciate that. Because I think that pretty much negates my follow-up questions were around BAUs, and it was my failing. I can't recall if there was any dollars left in open and effective, or if we used that during budget. I was trying to find pots of money to fund this. Maybe I can ask through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Pinkston, did we get rid of all of those BAUs, such as open and effective? I think that's the only one that comes to mind right now. Were all those absorbed into the budget that we set?
In the last budget deliberations back in 2018, we reallocated all of the city council contingency and the open and effective governance funding. There's besides kind of the amount that's carrying forward in the current year, there isn't sufficient funding from that to be allocated to this. So any money that was left over at the end of the budget cycle in the, was transferred to the MRSR as part of a resolution from City Council.
I think I recall that from the carryovers that we were having, but I thought OEG still had a balance, and I was wondering what was going to happen with that dollars, or is that just going to go into the MRSR?
The current year's open and
because open and effective is now done. And so we had some dollars from last year, some dollars from this year.
Right. So there's currently budget related to OEG, but I believe it's about $80,000 a year, so it's not enough to cover it.
Right. But will that just flow into the MRSR? I'm wondering if we need a resolution on that, or that'll just happen.
At the end of the budget cycle, that will flow into the MRSR.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Crowson, for the information. I note that the first recommendation, of course, is deals with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, or UNDRIP, and that the suggested action or the recommended action is that there be a presentation to Council to endorse or adopt the recommendations from UNDRIP. I'm just wondering why that's been set for 2022, when that's sort of one of the fundamental factors in my mind for initiating this and for carrying it, for stewarding it forward. I don't know if Ms. Beebe or Mr. Stein or somebody wants to answer that, or if, sorry, Councillor Crowson, if you do.
Mr. Stein is at the mic.
And Mr. Stein will be better able to answer from RLAC than I will.
Thank you for the question. There's two reasons why it's delayed to 2022. The first being that there's a municipal election in 2021, and the second reason being that we wanted to spend some time ensuring that members of administration and members of council had adequate information about what the UN Declaration is and what its significance is. And furthermore, we wanted to have conversation with some of our Indigenous community partners. It's important when we're having conversations about things such as the UN Declaration that we have an understanding of what our partners' expectations and perspectives are. So we didn't want to rush into this. We wanted to spend some time educating ourselves, engaging with our partners, and bringing it back likely for a new council to consider in 2022.
Thank you. Is that going to be stewarded administratively through RLAC, through governance SPC? What's your projected or your proposed process for that?
I think as with all of the recommendations in this work plan, we'll have continuous conversations with our community partners, both with the Reconciliation Committee, and we have another group that we've been working with that includes membership from the Sisters in Spirit Planning Committee. I think we would work with them to figure out, for first instance, who is the right individuals to bring in to educate ourselves. We want to make sure that we're looking at experts from Blackfoot territory to do that with us. So there would be some work that we would do with the community to determine who the right people to bring in to educate us would be, and to plot a path forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Thank you. So we already pay or fund $50,000 for the reconciliation effort annually, and these are additional amounts. Is there any duplication in these amounts? I guess my question's to Councillor Crowson. So I'm looking at things like the anti-racism campaign, where there's additional funding every year, and I think it's great, but we're not already funding some of that through our reconciliation efforts, or are these specifically different? Because this is additional funding.
I will ask Mr. Stein to answer that. I haven't been on reconciliation for the last few months.
As an example, Mr. Stein, number 12, anti-racism campaign, that's not something that we're already doing through the reconciliation funding?
So the Reconciliation Committee, when we had conversations with them about the work plan, wanted to ensure that the budget that they were allocated to do their work is not conflated with the budget allocated to do this other separate bucket of work. So while reconciliation and this conversation are highly related, the committee wanted to ensure that the two were separate. So the focus of Reconciliation Committee's work has largely been around education and awareness raising through Reconciliation Week or National Indigenous Peoples Week or Orange Shirt Day. This work that we're proposing in the work plan is meant to be specifically targeted towards an anti-racism campaign for Indigenous women and girls and to us LGBTQIA peoples. So we would look for the Reconciliation Committee to help advise some of that work, but we see it as being separate.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Councillor Crowson, for bringing this forward. I think it's important work that we need to get done. It's great that it's all planned out, and it will go a long way to reconciliation for our community.
Thank you. Is there a question? Nope. Okay, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to the city manager. So we heard that this funding is going to come from MRSR. Help me out here. This to me seems like it's something that should have been approved in our very recently approved operating budget, and already less than 1 month in, we are now starting to take money from MRSR over projects that are going to, I'm sure, come forward. Is there any other source of funding that this could come from? Is question number one. And number two is, why wouldn't we have set aside money in our operating budget that we just approved if we knew this was coming?
I'll answer up question two first, Councillor Morrow, and then defer to Ms. Pinkston. So we weren't ready with this work at the time that the budget was reviewed by council, and we can't predict what's going to happen in the future, and there will in the future as well. There will likely be cases where we return to council with additional asks for funding, and it's council's purview to decide whether or not to move forward with those. I guess what I'm saying is the business of council obviously doesn't stop just because we've reviewed the budget, although we're certainly conscious of the aims council tried to achieve through that budget review. And I'll defer to Ms. Pinkston for question one.
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Morrow, that's the funding source that I'm recommending. If council wants to bring forward a different funding source, I think that's always council's prerogative to do so.
Well, personally, I hate to start digging into MRSR. Did we not, in our operating budget, do we not have a line item, contingency or whatever we want to call it, where we set aside, a significant amount of money for projects, just as we heard the city manager say, that come over the wall or come after our budget? Do we not have a line item that deals with that we can tap into that?
We had a corporate contingency of $1.5 million by 2022, which was used to reduce the budget reduction exercise that occurred back in November and December.
So we have no more money in corporate contingency in this new budget? We didn't set aside any money in that?
No.
No. Okay, so this is the only funding source that you can identify?
This is the funding source that I'm recommending. I think that council has a council contingency, which is $120,000 a year. So if council wanted to allocate that funding source, that's certainly an option. But it's not enough to cover. So this was just my recommendation that it come from the MRSR.
Thank you.
Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to the mover or Mr. Stein, I guess. I do appreciate all the information provided in the work plan. I don't see anything in there about oversight or reporting back. Can you maybe talk, maybe I missed it, or can you maybe explain who will be the oversight on this process and how will council be reported back to on progress? Oh, thank you.
In general terms, Reconciliation Lethbridge, like all of our committees, reports to one of the standing policy committees. So it is, I believe, social and cultural. So it will be the responsibility of that standing policy committee to ensure that reports are made and then brought forward to council. So there is already a reporting structure set up with our new standing policy committees.
Okay, thank you. And RLAC will be the oversight body on this file then?
I'll ask Mr. Stein to go into detail on that, though I anticipate that's the answer.
Thank you.
A couple answers that I can give in terms of oversight as we move forward. The first is, as Councillor Crowson mentioned, we have the Standing Policy Committee. You'll also see in the work plan, I believe it's number, sorry, let me just find the number. Number 24, we've identified an annual report. I think we anticipate doing that during Reconciliation Week each year. I think that we see that as more of a report back to the community to make sure that we're being accountable to the community. And I also mentioned that we have regular conversations with members of the community. So there's a number of mechanisms that make us accountable both to the community, to City Council, and we can also provide regular updates to Council through its work plan that we already provide updates through on the reconciliation implementation plan. So through all those mechanisms, we'll make sure everyone stays informed as to the progress we're making.
Excellent, thank you.
I would also add to that, if I could, that this is part of Council's strategic plan, obviously, and part of Council's 12-month plan, the reconciliation strategy. So as indicated in the submission, our Indigenous Relations staff will manage this with RLAC and with other partners, and so we'll also be reporting to Council as in terms of progress in the Council strategic plan and Council's 12-month work plan.
Thank you for that, Mr. Dalton.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To Mr. Stein, on the work plan, I do notice under possible external partners, obviously we need to be connecting with our Indigenous community, both here within the city and neighboring. What seems to be missing from a lot of that, we have reference to things like the Chamber and BRZ, things of that nature, but are there opportunities, or is there a planned strategy to actually incorporate the broader non-Indigenous community in assisting at moving this forward? I'm always cautious when I see reconciliation documents that I don't want the Indigenous communities across Canada tend to be carrying reconciliation and a lot of the actions and work involved. is there an opportunity or is there a process where we could involve the non-Indigenous community in Lethbridge to help them help us move these things along?
Thank you for the question. That's an important point to make, and I appreciate you making that point. There's two specific work plan items that I'll refer you to. The first is the number 11, the MMIWG toolkit, and I believe it's there's also a reconciliation kind of ally toolkit. These are two ways that we thought specifically through the work that we would empower all members of the community to participate in a response both to reconciliation more broadly, but also to this specific national conversation. So those are two specific ways that we hope to empower the community to do so as allies. But more generally, through most of these work plan items, we will develop a work plan that helps us move each of these forward. And through those, we always think about which external partners and community members could support us in doing that work. So there will be plenty of opportunities for not just the Indigenous community, but all members of the community to move this work forward.
Thank you. I am looking more for input and participation in the building and development of these desired outcomes, as opposed to the outcome when you're dealing with a toolkit or growing allyship or whatnot. So for me, it's a little bit more about involving the non-Indigenous community in the process of these actions. So that's just where I'm coming from. The other thing, and sorry, I either get camera on or camera off here, it seems, when I scroll between screens. I noticed under, it was the reporting of incidents reporting. So item 14, is this intended to be outside the legal process, as I don't see any reference either as a partner or in developing the appropriate tools with the Lethbridge Police Service?
So the incidents reporting is, so I'll just make the point because you mentioned the Lethbridge Police. None of these recommendations specifically pertain to the Lethbridge Police, except for the one that talks about the Lethbridge Police Commission advocacy. This is about incident reporting that occur in city facilities or with city staff encountering with the public. We will have to do some explorations to see what formal process is in place and how that Indigenous people will interact with that process and make sure that it's a process which is fair and equitable and reflects the unique needs of Indigenous peoples.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stein. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, if it was in there, I didn't see it throughout in the information package. Of this 435,000, is there an amount that is dedicated for wages and benefits? And if so, how much?
There are no dollars being allocated to wages and benefits for city staff. We do, under the work plan, item number 9, Rec and Culture Fee Assistance Program, anticipate providing funding for external agencies, but nothing at the City of Lethbridge.
Thank you.
Just to follow up to that, under item 15, there's an internship. What is that?
Oh, you might have.
That's
something I forgot. So we've and Councillor Croson mentioned this in her explanation, but one of the important aspects of the MMIWG Calls for Justice is about economic empowerment and economic security. So the Indigenous internship or co-op program that we've presented is an opportunity for young Indigenous peoples to get experience working in the City of Lethbridge. So there will be wages paid through that program, so I apologize for that oversight, but it's anticipated that we would create 2 co-op positions each year for the next 3 years, equivalent to about $9,000 per co-op program. So it's a 4-month program paying about $20 an hour.
In year 2, in year 1, it's 19,500. In year 2, what's 43,000?
So year 2, if you refer to the column to its right, you'll see that there's 18,000 allocated for the co-op program and 25 allocated to an Indigenous purchasing or procurement strategic project. So that's just the sum total of those 2.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I have a question to the city treasurer through the city manager regarding council contingency. You said we have some money there. Of course, it's January of a new year. If that money is not spent, does that then go into MRSR and just, refill MRSR?
That's correct. We usually transfer it at the end of the budget cycle in case things come up. The balance at the end of December 2020 was $104,000 approximately. So, and then council would have an additional 120 for 2021. But again, it still wasn't enough money, so I just thought it was simpler to allocate it from one spot, and then any surplus in council contingency at the end of the budget cycle would be transferred to the MRSR.
So in some ways, they're sort of the same budget, just delayed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Ms. Pinkson, if I can. Haley, Ms. Pinkson, at the end of the budget cycle, is it all transferred to the MRSR, or is 50% transferred to the MRSR and 50% left for council one-time initiatives?
So the practice of City Council is that in the next budget cycle, any surpluses that were transferred into the MRSR, which are fully 100% transferred into the MRSR, the practice has been that council can allocate 50% of that to one-time allocations. The complexity is that during budget reduction review process that happened in November and December of last year, some other additional one-time allocations were funded. So council would just need to decide, does that count, I guess, towards the 50% practice that council has? At the end of the day, council can decide how much they want to fund. That's just been a general practice to help ensure that the MRSR maintains sustainable going forward. So again, that's a practice, and council can decide how that is done.
Thank you for that. Ms. Pinkson, further question if I can. I do understand that it's cleaner, easier to fund, and that's your recommendation, that if council moves forward, this be funded solely from MRSR. Is it a challenge to say funded, and I'm just doing for instances here, funded $25,000 a year from council contingencies, funded $80,000 for the first year from OEG's unused budget, and the remainder to be funded from the MRSR. Is that a challenge?
If that's council's desire, I think at the end of the day, it all ends up being transferred to the MRSR. So I'm not sure that that depending on what council's intention is, that's always a possibility. Again, it was to keep it simple. The dollar amount didn't really work anywhere else, and given that there's likely going to be some additional asks from our community and just economic uncertainty of what's going on in our community, I just thought that would be a simpler recommendation, but whatever council wishes to do is what we will do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, are there any further questions? I see none, so we'll move on to debate. So I'll ask our mover, Councillor Croson, to open.
I'll leave it for closing.
Okay, further debate. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank Councillor Croson for bringing this forward. And I think the conversation was a good conversation, a lot of great questions asked. Even though I find this to be a very worthy project, and I think Truth Reconciliation have done an amazing job in their work as a committee, I just can't vote in favor of allocating that amount of funds, even though it is to the MRSR. I just, at this time, and looking at these, and as Ms. Pinkson said, in these times of economic times, not knowing what's coming down the road, I just can't support it at this time. But I do believe that we can achieve a lot of these objectives through the committee. I'm optimistic because the committee has done some amazing work right now. But at this time, I just can't vote in favor of allocating close to $500,000 at this time. So I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I kind of gave my debate earlier, but however, I'd like to add that this was supposed to come a lot earlier in the fall, if you remember, and we accommodate the rabid anti-masking mob to come into council chambers. I think that was the day where we addressed something. We actually did something that this group has been fighting against for a long time, is we took their needs and threw them out the door and addressed something else in favor. It was the pop-up overdose site. We chose to address that in October versus have these people present this plan, and I think it would have been approved then. It would have probably gotten the money we needed now. It would have counted the same pocket of dollars anyway, and it's up to council now to do the right thing and to fund this plan and to support RLAC to implement the recommendations.
Anybody else? Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. First, I want to thank the MOVE for bringing this forward. It's some incredible initiative, which I wholeheartedly support the reasons for this. The part that I have that I'm struggling with is what Councillor Parker has indicated as well. We're in some tough times here, and I wish we had the funding for this, and it sounds like we could find it here. If this doesn't happen, it could stop things going forward in the future. There's a lot of uncertainty around this, and I've got concerns around that. So, you know, as much as I strongly support this and the work that's been done here locally, I just at this time with the funding asking and where it's coming from, I just can't support it the way that it sits right now.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be brief. Just this is an important to the community, something that we've been looking forward to. It's an action item. We are actually doing something and not just speaking about it. So I will be in full support.
Anybody else? I will be supporting the motion. I think of follow the money. What's important? So we have an operating budget separate from utilities, something in the range of $170 million or more. And we have social issues in our city that have been unresolved for decades. Not the least of which is murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. To build understanding and to have reconciliation means bringing worlds together. Creating understanding, addressing issues to make sure they don't occur again in the future, and making sure that our city is one that is progressing on areas of reconciliation. For those reasons, I will be supporting the resolution, and I thank Councillor Crowson for bringing this forward, and I will ask Councillor Crowson to close.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you all for your questions and for your comments during debate. This is absolutely a lot of money. Understand that we sat as Recovery Committee throughout much of 2020. We know how the pandemic is affecting the economy of our community, the economy of our business people, the economy of individuals, and that, you know, every dollar we spend, we have to be very certain about where we spend it and if we're doing something that will help the community in general. One of the things we know, though, is the pandemic is highlighting the vulnerabilities of our communities, things where we have underspent and not done enough action over decades, and in some cases 150 years. And this is one area where we know we have a lot of work to do. This will have, in the long run, an economic positive impact on our community. We are looking at employment opportunities. We are looking at improving social opportunities. We are looking at ensuring that our community is facing reconciliation in the best way we can. I hear repeatedly from members of Sisters in Spirit, members of the Reconciliation Lethbridge community, from members of the community, from members of our various Indigenous councils around the area. Less talk, more action. Actually do the work that you have been saying you are going to do. It is one thing to make plans. It's one thing to make promises. But if you don't fulfill those promises, if you don't actually do the work, then we are not the right people to be sitting around this table. And yes, it's hard to make these decisions when the economy is bad, but we still need to move forward on reconciliation. So I am going to ask my colleagues to support this, to support creating a better community for everyone in Lethbridge, because this is about everyone in Lethbridge. And with that, I will call the question.
Question has been called. I'll ask the city clerk to do a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Councillor Hagan, or Acting Mayor Hagan, apologies.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Carried 6-3.
Thank you. We have an official business resolution from Deputy Mayor Miyashiro. Advocacy for a meal delivery fee cap. Whereas the COVID-19 pandemic responses had an inordinately negative effect on the food and beverage industry, and whereas according to Restaurants Canada, 80% of the restaurants are barely surviving, 65% are continuing to operate at a loss, 19% are breaking even, and 63% of food services businesses that are losing money will take at least a year to return to profitability. And whereas 48% of single unit food service operators expect to permanently close their establishment within 6 months if conditions don't improve, and 56% of multi-unit operators said they expect to close at least one of their locations within the same time period. And whereas the average establishment keeps only about 50 cents of every $10 spent on a restaurant meal, and whereas the national net food services job loss since February of 2020 is 260,000 people, and whereas restaurants have had to focus on curbside meal pickup and meal delivery to survive, and whereas smartphone app-based delivery services impose usage fees of up to 30%, and their ubiquitous nature and ease of use results in restaurants realizing minimal net profit from the use of these apps. Therefore, be it resolved that City Council direct the Mayor to write to the appropriate provincial ministers and the Premier requesting that the usage fees for app-based food delivery services be capped at 15%. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Mr. Mayor, just Ryan here. I'm just going to declare a conflict of interest on this, so I will be leaving.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parker has left the meeting. Please proceed, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. It's a really important issue that we need to address in our community and actually across the country is that the longer we have restrictions, the larger toll it takes on our food and beverage industry. This industry has had to pivot hard to try to make a living. And it's not that we owe them a living, it's we owe them the chance to make a good living. And that's the difference. When the food service delivery applications came into to our country, everyone was using them at some point. I was one that also, until people that I know in the restaurant business that don't use some of them because we don't make any money on it. And I was told that early on. I thought, oh, well, it can't be that bad. But as COVID restrictions wore on, and some of the people I talked to were saying really you have to encourage people not to use some of those apps because we're not making any money. And then people will say, well, why are you listed on there? But it's a chicken and an egg thing. So if you're not listed on one of those apps, people don't know that you're out there. If people don't know they're out there, they're definitely not going to go to your own website or to your own app if you have one in order to purchase food. So what I think we need to do is make it easiest for our restaurants to make money because they're not making much now. And all we're asking is we're not asking for those um, smart app or smartphone based delivery services to close down. We're just saying take a lower cut. You're still going to make a lot of money because lots of people are too lazy to download other apps or to go to a website on their phone and to order. So we just need to make it more equitable for the people that are actually making the food and serving it so that they can make a living. Open for questions.
Councillor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, for bringing this forward. My question is, I know there are also some local delivery companies, and perhaps you don't have the answer, perhaps administration does, but are there any barriers that we have in place that actually blocks the local delivery companies from competing? Because I know they're at a much lower rate, and maybe if they were doing better, these wouldn't work. Do we know if there is anything we can do based on our own rules and regulations and maybe barriers that would actually make it easier for the local delivery companies to compete as well?
So I do know for a fact that there's a local franchise chain restaurant that uses a local delivery service. So if you go to their app or their website to order, it's a local delivery company that does the delivery.
But do you know if we have any barriers? Is there anything we should be doing as a corporation to get some barriers out of the way to make it easier for the local to compete?
I've never heard that.
Okay.
If there are, I haven't heard it.
I'll ask Mr. Dalton to comment. Have we heard any concerns about barriers to local delivery companies operating in the city of Lethbridge?
No, I'm not aware of any barriers that are in place that would prohibit them being competitive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow?
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro, I'm going to ask you some questions, and it may look like I don't know what I'm talking about, and that's probably accurate because I haven't used any of these. So what you're talking about here is maybe I need an example. So if I'm going to order whatever, food from a local restaurant, right. I'm assuming that they have their own delivery services, or I can go pick it up, as has always been even before COVID. So now, if I'm understanding you correctly, because of these new delivery services, which I'm not going to name, if the restaurant owner, like I would order through them, through that company, or through the restaurant, I don't quite get.
So you can
explain to me the money. Explain to me where the restaurant is losing money.
So, Councilor Moore, let's say if there's one of the food delivery services, you go onto their app, you can choose from 300 restaurants in Lethbridge, let's say. So you want to pick Joe's Italian Food, and you've got a restaurant, and you're listed on there because you thought it would be a really good idea 15 months ago to get on this site to drive some business to your restaurant. So initially, you're hoping that by doing the delivery, people are going to want to come to your restaurant. That was part of the incentive at first. So you're selling a plate of spaghetti in-house for $10 and plus a delivery charge. And now all of a sudden, that cost is going to be to you because it's not going to be, unless you raise your prices dramatically, that cost to you is whatever your cost is minus 30%. So your margin, your profit margin on that delivery goes down every time. Is down every time you sell a product.
So the restaurant owner, the restaurant owner would have to pay a percentage, whatever percentage is being charged by that delivery service. Okay, so as a restaurant owner, if they're digging into my way of living, of making money, why don't I just drop them?
Well, and as I said earlier, is because you still want to drive business to your place, and it's a chicken and an egg. So if you're not on there and no one knows about you, you're not going to get much business. If you're on there and people know about you, you might not get much profit, but you might get some business. The hope is that you can drive people through whatever promotion you want to do and include things in the food to drive people to your own app or your own website.
Okay, and because you've done a lot of work on this, my final question is, and this is where I'm a little bit hesitant in moving forward with this.
Right.
Seems to me that we are now trying to play with the market and control the market. If we start putting in and sending a letter and this happens, couldn't we just as easily start saying, you're charging too much for your plate of spaghetti. Instead of $10, you should be charging $8. Let's cap that.
Right. Then they're actually then they're actually going to lose money on every plate of food. So we're not trying to destroy the food service delivery people, because we have restaurants in Lethbridge that don't do local delivery. They only use the app-based delivery, and I'm not sure why, because it's to their detriment. Anyway, we're not controlling the market. We're just saying, let's make it equitable. Let's make it so that the people that are actually creating the product and serving the product are the ones that are going to make a profit on it.
So why 15%? Why not 5%?
Well, because at 15%, if I looked at all the ones that I've seen, no one's gone lower than 15%, and that seems to be something that's palatable to the restaurant industry from what I've read.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, we're advocating, as is the purpose of this resolution, to the province to put a limit on. We're not specifically imposing one ourselves in the city of Lethbridge.
That's right.
Okay. And are you aware of any other cities in the province of Alberta who
I know
have...
Calgary. Yeah, Calgary's working on one right now. I think they voted on it. If they hadn't voted on it, it's going to be voted on very soon.
Okay, so other municipalities are working on similar. So we would be
Province
one
of Ontario. Sorry, Mayor Spearman. Province of Ontario as well is looking at legislation.
Okay, so specifically within Alberta, we would be one of several. We wouldn't be the only one, but this would be adding our voice to that request.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. My question may have been answered. It was have other jurisdictions moved forward on this? I knew some cities in Alberta were looking at this. I was wondering, Councillor or Deputy Mayor, if you knew of any other jurisdictions that had actually moved forward.
Yeah, I think the province of Ontario, if they haven't done it, they're working on legislation right now.
Okay, and are they looking at 15% as well? That seems anything
I believe.
looked at.
Yeah, I believe so.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, for the motion. Does this? Do you know if a reduction will have an impact on the wage of those who deliver?
I don't exactly, and I know that's an issue too, and I did think about that because there are a number of people that rely on contracting with delivery services to do deliveries. It could affect their income. I'm not going to deny that. The big picture for this is to have the business survive, and I would, yeah, you're right. That could be something that's an unintended consequence of this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. So we're looking at basically helping or encouraging provincial and federal governments of setting a price standard during the pandemic. And if I am correct on this, we have had both our premier and the premier of other provinces state that they would be against price gouging during the pandemic. So this is just in some ways encouraging them to look at this industry in that regard.
Yeah, you're right. It's kind of like a user. They would probably argue, people in that industry would argue that it's a user fee. It's not a, price gouging. But I think now that we have provinces and other jurisdictions are looking at the effect this can have on people that live in our communities, I think we still need to advocate for it.
Thank you.
Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wonder, is the intent for this to be permanent, or is the intent to sort of be a temporary time when everybody gets back on their feet, or what's your thought on that?
Well, people are going to get back on their feet, Councillor Campbell, for quite some time. So whether it's permanent or not, that's up to the provincial government. If it's permanent, it's going to help our restaurant industry, our food and beverage industry over the long term. But certainly, even if it is for a couple of years, that's certainly going to help people survive as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions? I see none. We'll move on to debate.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I have one more.
Okay, go ahead. Councillor Morrow?
Thank you. I'm just listening and thinking. So, can these companies come back, and I'll use the term loosely, outsmart, if this passes and the province agrees and passes it and sets the limit at 15%, could these companies that are doing this, could they outsmart us and find a different way of getting a fee or something? And like, I'm just looking at this as this is the free market. This is what it is. So are we just putting a Band-Aid on one thing and then they're gonna come up with another way?
Yeah, thanks for that, Councillor Morrow. There aren't a lot of ways for these food service delivery companies to make a lot of money on this other than the service fee. They can charge you an amount to be listed on their with their app. They can charge you whatever they want, advertising dollars, but at some point it becomes untenable for restaurants and people in the food service industry to not be a part of these. And hopefully we can also raise the awareness that if this keeps happening and if this doesn't go down, then these restaurants are in jeopardy. So if they try to keep up their revenue stream by imposing other fees or costs to the restaurants, then I feel there might be a comeuppance for those companies.
Anything further?
Councillor Higgin.
We'll go on to the next question. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you, Councilor Mayor Shiro, bring this forward, or sorry, Deputy Mayor Shiro. I'm just wondering here. I understand that there's a delivery fee as well as I think there's 3 or 4 different things that you put in. You've got a tip, a delivery fee, and obviously outside that, these companies charge the restaurant. Now,
right.
Further to what Councillor Moore was mentioning, so their delivery fee is say $5. I guess they could put that to $15 or $10. I suppose. Is that? Right. Have you heard of anything like that?
But that fee doesn't go to the restaurant, right? The restaurant has no say in that fee. That fee either goes partially to the app company or to the driver. All that the restaurants are getting reimbursed, from my understanding, is for the food that they provide.
No, and that's what I'm just wondering. These companies could charge more on that delivery side, I guess, and so that would still, in your opinion, not hurt the restaurants, because if they want to charge it and above, I guess the customer that is purchasing would just pay that right. additional fee to the company rather than have the restaurant cover that, is what I'm understanding. Right. So, is that correct?
Yeah, right. And I think we'd have to look at the consumer response to that. If you're buying $30 worth of food and all of a sudden your delivery charge is $20 or $15, you're gonna think twice about either one, or using that app or that restaurant. If they find that that charge is that high across every restaurant, then people will have second thoughts about using those apps. Right?
Thank you.
And you know that, Acting Mayor, people want value for their money, and especially when we're in the economy we're in, and they don't want to pay an extra. And if you look at some of these delivery charges as well for groceries, or another one is that you're sometimes looking at 30% extra charge for grocery delivery as well. So it's across the board, but this one will certainly help our food and beverage industry a lot.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any further questions? I see none. We'll move on to debate. Councillor Miyashiro, go ahead.
I'll leave it to my colleagues to start debate.
Who would like to debate? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, for bringing this forward. There's been a lot of discussion about this since these apps, these delivery apps popped up. It reminds me a bit about our discussions and advocacy around the predatory lending practices that were going on in our community back in the day. And we did a lot of good advocacy work on that. And the provincial government took us seriously and enacted some legislation. I think it behooves us on the part of our local businesses who are struggling and are feeling the heat at this point or at this time to do some advocacy work on their behalf. And that's all that we're doing. Is your resolution doesn't say we're overstepping any bounds. We're not stepping into places we shouldn't. We're just writing to our provincial leaders to say, this is an issue. We would like you to take some action. And I, as someone who was involved in the food service industry, I was a waiter for many, 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 many years. I understand how close the margins are and how difficult it is for our local entrepreneurs to make it in this business. So I will fully support this, and I thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay, Councillor Campbell.
Mark, you might be on mute.
Councillor Campbell.
My apologies. Sorry, I did not have my my mute on. I apologize. No, I have tremendous sympathy for the restaurant business, and having received some entrees from Councillor Carlson over the years, it was a tough time. But I do feel real sympathy for what they've been going through over the years. It's just and so many businesses have just started up. You drive through the city and you see, oh, they're open sorta, and they're open sorta, and so anything that we can do to get them going again, to really give them that little bridge to get to the next part of this whole situation that we're going into, I would fully support this. And again, like Councillor Carlson said, we're just asking the government to have a look at this. So I will support this.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you again, Councillor Miyashiro, for bringing this forward. Like Councillor Morrow, I've never used any of these apps. I'm much more likely to jump in my car and get curbside than to have anybody bring it to my house, because then I know the entire money goes to the business and that better supports them. But I also have nieces and nephews, and they are of a generation that use these apps constantly. I think my one niece, and I won't mention her name, even had an ice cream cone delivered by one of these apps because that's just where they are now. And these apps are used consistently by people. And we do need our provincial and federal colleagues to look into this. And again, that is what we are asking them to do, is just check into this, see if it can be made better, because we do need to support the local businesses and ensure that our restaurants and other organizations have the best opportunity to get through these difficult times. So I will absolutely be supporting this.
Okay, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I totally, through this discussion and through Deputy Mayor, your answers, I totally understand the intent, and I sympathize, as the word was used before. However, I see this a little bit different. First of all, this is not our mandate, and I understand we're just going to send a letter to the province for the province to step in. I see this as the market. You know, the market is going to do what the market is going to do, and we, no matter how hard we try, I don't think can meddle into that, and our efforts, I don't think are going to go anywhere. I'll even be surprised if the province would even think about this. But here's what I'm thinking. if all the restaurants that say they're losing money, which they are, none of us will argue that, get rid of these sites, get rid of these services. You know, this is where I think we as a community, we talk about our community coming forward. So if I want some food, which I haven't used any of these because you know what, I got a great wife that cooks, and even if she wasn't a great cook, I would still eat it because she's my wife. whatever she would make, and you know what, and I'm learning how to cook much better than I ever was. So what I'm thinking is really what we need to do is stop using these services, and they're going to die on their own. And if we really want to support the restaurant, and now through this discussion, and anybody that's listening will know that the restaurant has to kick in 10, 15, 20, whatever, 30%, whatever the limit is, then we should be better by supporting them, going in, getting in our car. And I know you're going to say, well, not everybody has the luxury of a car. Well, you know what? If my neighbor doesn't have a car and they want a pizza, I'll go pick it up for them. The other thing that I see is more important, if anything, we should be telling the province to open up the restaurants. Because in my mind and in everybody that has talked to me, there is a blatant inconsistency here with all these rules and regulations that people can go in the malls and in the dollar stores and everywhere else to shop, but yet a restaurant, which clearly separates people by the distancing of their tables, we can't go there. So I would rather support that and go that route. This, to me, with all respect to Councilor Miyashiro, I just think I just don't see the benefit of it, because these companies are still going to be doing what they're doing. The restaurants are still going to be losing money. The only way they're going to make money is if we push the province to let them open up. So I just don't see the real benefit of this, and for that reason, I won't support it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. There are certainly elements of the previous speaker that I agree with. We have the power as individuals collectively, to dictate to the market what our preferences are. So when you see a business or a business model or an organization that you don't agree with their values, their principles, or the way that they're impacting those around you, we certainly have the ability through our dollar to participate or not participate in them. And you would require a collective approach in a city like Lethbridge to shut something down. As we heard from Councillor Croson, however, this is the business model that's appealing to a younger demographic and a younger generation. I will support the motion, but with some reservation, and there's no pun intended in that. In a very quote-unquote normal market, when you have customers sitting in your restaurant, when you are turning tables, when the economy is good and things are going well, the amount of takeout that you're paying is going to cut into your margin, but it's not as severe, it's not as extreme. We are in an unusual time, and for as much as I agree that there are elements of society that perhaps could be addressed differently under COVID, this is the situation that we're in right now. And part of our role is advocacy. I know that Councilor Miyashiro, the Deputy Mayor, has been asked to look at this, take this forward, and this is what he's doing. I'm certain the provincial government will look at it in the same way they've looked at, the one that comes to mind for me is actually gift certificates, where a gift certificate that you receive from a business in the province of Alberta doesn't expire. And that was a fundamental change to the way that we handle something as simple as gift certificates. This is something else. There is the potential of them certainly of making this a temporary measure, put it in for a year or two to help the restaurants achieve business margin. But it is at the moment, the motion is about advocacy. It's not about establishing parameters ourselves or trying to limit or regulate things within the city of Lethbridge, but look at this holistically. So I will support the motion as it currently stands.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, for bringing this forward. I've given a lot of thought to this lately, and I just wished that we had thought about this, or someone on council would have thought about this about 6, 7, 8 months ago. As of course, this is where it's really taken flight, these delivery services, and so it's my concern is that it's going to get to the provincial government, this letter, if it is indeed approved at a council level here to send the letter up, that the time that it's going to take in light of it there being some importance, but there's probably a lot more important things, as we all know lately, that are going on with the provincial government dealing with, that this is going to be too late. Now, I mean, I guess nothing is too late, as we hope that it's going to be, help these businesses, because we've all heard of them, the different restaurants and the struggles that they're going through. And as Councillor Croson indicated, I far prefer to drive over and pick up my delivery if I do decide to do takeout. But again, there's a generation that does use this a lot more than, I guess, myself, these services, and it's something that will help the businesses stay afloat so they continue to serve them. So for that reason, I just hope that the provincial government does look at this in a speedy way, that this can be dealt with, and so I will support this.
Very good, thank you. I'm not sure if everyone's got to speak. I too will support the motion. I think it never hurts to do advocacy. I think we'd all like to see our businesses, our restaurants open as soon as possible. The decisions are being made, I hope, on an evidence-based basis, why restaurants are closed and why they're not open. We certainly have opportunities to advocate on that issue as well. But anything we can do to help our restaurants is positive, and so I will support this motion to limit the fees that are charged by app companies who offer delivery services. There's huge volumes on these apps. Once the app's created, really the ongoing costs are minimal. So I think the important thing is to keep the money in our economy. So for those reasons, I will be supporting this resolution, which is, as has been indicated several times, an advocacy resolution in support of local businesses. Thank you. Councillor Morrow?
I know I've debated and I'm not getting into debate, but I'm just thinking, if this would change the entire resolution, Deputy Mayor, can we add a further, therefore be it resolved, that we urge the province to allow restaurants to open to a certain capacity? Can we add that in there, or does that change the resolution? Because no, I would like to support that, but...
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Councillor Moore. I think if we want to look at those easing restrictions, I think we should look at the whole picture of easing restrictions and what that means and what we'd like to see more globally. This is very specific to something that has nothing. Actually, this could be with or without restrictions in place, but this is really important because the restrictions are in place, but what still could be done even if there were no restrictions. This is something that I think needs to be addressed now, and I don't feel comfortable adding in, oh, and by the way, open up so restaurants can be open.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, then just a point of procedure, and I don't know if there's even such a thing. I asked the question to the Deputy Mayor, who is the mover of this resolution. If I was to want to put forward an amendment that we add specifically to this resolution, what I said about urging the province to open up restaurants, does that need to go to a vote, or what's the process for that?
Yes, it would. That would be an amendment to the original resolution. So that would we'd have to vote on that amendment, and then we would, depending on the outcome of that vote, then we would go back to vote on the main motion.
Well, then I would like to put forward that amendment, that we add a further, therefore be it resolved, that City Council in that letter include that we urge the provincial government to allow restaurants to open.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay. But they're going to open, they're reviewing that in like a week and a half.
Okay. All right. So the motion has been moved, or the amendment has been moved and seconded. Okay. All right. So is everyone clear, and can we put the resolution on the screen so everyone can see it? The amendment? Okay, the resolution's on the screen. Councillor Morrow, you've opened. I think the amendment is pretty self-evident what it means. Any questions for Councillor Morrow on the amendment? Councillor Carlson?
Mayor Spearman.
No, mine is debate, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman?
No, I'm not up. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor, Acting Mayor Higgin?
Yes, thank you. I'm not sure if it's been changed, but Councillor Parker is currently as the seconder, and he has not participated in this. It was myself that.
Yeah,
I don't know if it changed that.
It should be Acting Mayor Higgin, not Councillor Parker, as the seconder for the amendment. Okay, thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
Yeah, I guess I have a question. Is that you realize restaurants actually are open right now, but just for takeout or curbside?
I totally understand that.
So you're asking that they're
He's asking that restaurants be opened.
Right now, they're not open for my wife and I to go sit and have a dinner. I have to take it out.
Okay, but you have to be specific about your wording.
Okay.
Well, to open up the restaurant, to allow whatever capacity, whatever the capacity.
For sit-down service.
For sit-down, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sit-down service in restaurants, yeah, okay, yeah.
For the record, it's actually just called dine-in service.
Okay, dine-in service, okay. If the mover's happy with that, yeah, good.
So the second part of my question is, do you understand that the government is making a further decision on restrictions on the 25th, I believe?
Yep, I do.
Week and a half from now.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Any further questions on the amendment? I see none. Debate. Is there more? He was in, his name was there before. Acting Mayor Higgin, do you have a question on the amendment?
No, I just a clarification that as Councillor Miyashiro, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro had indicated that they're looking at this again in a week, but we don't know what those results are. So it's not that they will open in a week. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are we ready for debate? There's no further questions. Okay, debate. Councillor Morrow, would you like to open?
I think I have. Go ahead. Let others speak and I'll close.
Okay, Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and I do thank the movers of the amendment for thinking about ways to try and help sectors in our community. However, I think this may damage our resolution. One is a public health consideration that we really should just defer to the experts on. If they say that restaurant dine-in is safe, we shouldn't be questioning that. If they say it's unsafe, we shouldn't be questioning that. We're not the experts in that field. So I think this could damage our resolution for advocacy if we're asking for things that truly I don't think we should be asking for. I also get concerned that this could be pitting one sector against another in our community. Public health orders are globally trying to protect our citizens, not in case-by-case scenarios. And I think we then could be opening the floodgates to folks acting as to say, well, now open my Jeff's woodcutting shop because it's obviously hurting as well. So while I appreciate the desire, and I think restaurants cannot wait to open up for dine-in service again, and some of us who are getting sick of the 5 things that I cook are also excited for them to open up again. I just don't think we should be muddying this resolution. I think the original intent of the resolution was to advocate for these service fees to be capped to protect our local proprietors. and I'm still fully in support of that, and I don't want to muddy it or dilute it or to make it seem like we're getting into areas we shouldn't get into.
Thank you.
Thank you for the intent, but I can't support it at this time.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
No, I'll withdraw.
Okay. Anybody else like to debate? I see none. Okay, Acting Mayor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I will be supporting this. I don't think that it is muddying, as I believe that there's numerous things that we send up when we advocate for on behalf of our community that we may get a letter back saying, well, maybe not, might not get all of what we asked for, but they may look at both of these concerns that we have and may come back with, yeah, we'll do the first, but as regarding the dine-in service, we will wait for direction on that. So I don't think that's muddying it. I don't think they can just say no because we do add this. And so I think it's important to advocate on behalf of the restaurants that we have in our community. So I will be supporting.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow, would you like to close?
Yes, thank you. Just a few little comments. Yeah, I too don't see this as muddying or diluting anything, and I certainly don't see this as an area that we shouldn't get into. I mean, we're getting into an area right now where we're trying to dictate the marketplace of what a service delivery company can charge or not charge, and yet we don't want to get into asking the mayor or the premier in the province to allow dine-in. I just don't get it. To me, this is actually sending a clear message to the province where we are saying, look, we know that people are paying extreme amount of money to get and support. They're trying to do their best to support the restaurants, but the restaurants are getting hit hard because of the high service fees that are being charged. So why don't we do the right thing, and why don't we allow the restaurants that want to open up, because some may not, because of their own health reasons or health issues, some may not, but some might. And for those that want, then all we're doing is encouraging the province and saying, hey, if you let these guys open up to a dine-in service with a capacity that they can set, it might eliminate some of these calls for delivery. So this, to me, in essence, is actually completing and making this resolution more full, and it actually gives the province a little bit more to think about, and possibly our resolution might encourage them to allow restaurants to open up to dine-in service. So I ask for council support to the amendment.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask the city clerk for a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed to the amendment.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Higgin, or Acting Mayor Higgin, sorry.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
It's lost 6-2.
Okay. We're now back to the main motion. We have had questions and debate on the main motion. So we would consider the main motion as submitted at this time. Any concerns from council? Okay, I will ask for the city clerk for a roll call vote on the main motion, please.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
We're voting back on the original motion then? Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, we went back to the main motion, not amended. Yeah.
Okay, haven't we done this already? Opposed. Opposed.
Thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
Favor?
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Carried 7-1.
Thank you. It's 10 minutes after 3. Can we take a 10-minute bio break, and then we can also invite Councillor Parker back to the meeting? Okay, we'll recess and resume at 3:20. Thank you. when it comes up for first reading. Members of council, members of council back. Can we just do a quick roll call to make sure everybody's here?
Councillor Morrow.
Yeah.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro. Mayor Spearman.
Present?
Councillor Campbell.
I am here.
Councillor Carlson.
I as well am here.
Councillor Kaufman.
Present.
Councillor Croson.
Good afternoon.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro. Okay, thank you.
Is he here? Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
He's on Teams, but I don't know if he's there.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Miyashiro is doing interviews. Do we wish to proceed or wait? What's the next resolution? I think we can proceed. I have a resolution from Councillor Morrow. Bylaw 6261, Land Use Amendment Re 1303, Mayor McGrath Drive South. For first reading, be it resolved that Bylaw 6261, Land Use Bylaw Amendment Re 1303, Mayor McGrath Drive South be given first reading. Councillor Morrow.
It's first reading. I just wanted it separate so we can vote on it separate.
Okay. Are there any questions for Councillor Morrow? Councillor Parker?
Point of order, Mayor.
Point of
Councillor
order.
Kaufman. No debate on first reading.
Okay, no debate on first reading? Okay, fine.
Mine's a question.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
My question is to Mr. Lowen, our city solicitor. Mr. Lowen, if a member of council was to vote against first reading, does that put them at odds at all in regards to second and third reading? Does it show a bias or anything like that if someone was to vote against first reading?
That's an interesting question. I've never been asked that before. My instinct is to say no, that your vote in and of itself would be unlikely to create a reasonable apprehension of bias.
Thank you.
So councillors are free to vote against on first reading if they so choose. Doesn't indicate pre-bias. Okay, thank you. Okay, there's no debate. Are there any further questions? Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Another question for City Solicitor Lowen. So this does not preclude any if a councillor is to vote against the first reading, that does not preclude them from being able to participate in the second and third reading. Is that correct?
That's my instinctual reaction. I haven't had any time to do any research, and my logic is the same as any other bylaw. There's no prohibition on voting one way at one reading and a different way at another reading, and thus, I think it's quite logical and safe to assume that simply voting one way at first reading is not going to bias you on subsequent readings, if indeed there are subsequent readings.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you. Just for my own clarification, if we vote against this to accept the first reading, does that mean that that is done? That there will be no public hearing on the matter?
So the question would be, if the motion is, if first reading is defeated, what happens?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Lowen?
If the first reading is defeated, it doesn't proceed to any further readings, and the bylaw is defeated.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will proceed with the vote on first reading of bylaw 6261, land use amendment bylaw, and I will ask the city clerk to vote by roll call. Thank you.
Mayor
Councillor Carlson.
Yep. Sorry. Mayor Spearman, I did have my hand up for a question. I'm not sure if you saw it.
No, the screen's behind me. I can't see it.
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry. Thank you, Your Worship, for allowing me. Just to follow up on Councillor Campbell's question, are there any costs associated with bringing the bylaw to this point for first reading? I know that the applicant would bring it forward, and there are costs associated with that, I believe. A rezoning application. Are there any costs that have been incurred to this point?
Mr. City Manager designate.
There is obviously the applicant has made payments in accordance with our rezoning application process. And so fees have been incurred and costs by city staff to review and to get to this particular stage have been incurred already. That's correct.
And so if first reading does get defeated, are those costs refunded to the applicant? Or are they aware that they could be paying money to follow a process and be denied?
No, we make no provisions for refunds. Even it would be extraordinary that we would get to this stage and not give it first reading. So we would have never contemplated any refund at this particular point.
Okay, thank you.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And just another question for the city manager's designate. Have before, if anybody, historically speaking, come forward and been denied on a zoning application, whether it be first, second, or third reading, they are not refunded. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Okay, we'll proceed with the roll call vote on first reading.
I think Councillor Miyashiro may have.
Hey, Councillor Miyashiro.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, everyone. Was discussing the last item with the media. Just a question that might have been answered already. Has there been extensive community engagement around this issue at all? Anybody know?
To the extent that the applicant has done their own engagement, there has been some, but again, first reading just triggers the formal process, engagement process. Advertising will occur. We'll set a date for the public hearing, and that's the community as a whole's opportunity to engage directly with City Council on this matter at the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Acting Mayor Higgin.
Yes. Just further to what Councillor or Deputy Mayor Miyashiro mentioned, there are going to be additional costs between the first and the second reading, I would imagine, because there's advertising, etc. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay. Okay, now we'll proceed with the roll call vote on first reading.
Councillor Parker.
In favor, sorry.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor?
Councillor Campbell.
In favor?
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor?
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Carried 7-2.
Okay, thank you. Okay, earlier council heard that if correspondence received up to this point could be included in the public hearing, and we were advised that if a motion came forward from a member of council requesting that all correspondence on this issue that has been received by councillors could be part of the public hearing. If that motion was successful, then all correspondence received up until this point would be included in the public hearing process. Does any member of council wish to make that motion?
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Morrow. And is there a seconder?
Councillor Higgin.
Councillor Higgin? Okay, so the motion would read that all correspondence, all written correspondence received by councillors up to January the 12th, 2021 on the subject of bylaw amendment re 1303 Mayor McGrath Drive South, be included in the public hearing process. Mayor and council, yeah. Be included in the public hearing process and available as part of information for second reading. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, it's Joe. I'd like to change that date.
Okay, go ahead.
Instead of January 12th, which is today, I would say up to the last possible day before the public hearing, because we may be receiving more and more emails and calls and whatever from now until the public hearing. So I would like to change that date to, I guess, what, February 8th?
Sure, I understand your intent. That's the normal process, but
Thank you.
well, we were just trying to capture the correspondence received up until today. Yeah. Okay, could I just have the motion read again and then all councillors can see it on the screen? Go ahead.
If I can read it from here. That all written correspondence received by City Council related to, received up to February 8, 2021 on the subject of bylaw 6251, land use bylaw amendment re 1303 Mayor McGrath Drive South, be included in the public hearing process and included as part of information for second reading.
Councillor Morrow, are you happy with that as it reads?
Yes, I'm going to assume that that would include any correspondence that would be sent to the council mailbox that's referred to,
Yep.
that's then sent forward to council by our staff. That's included in that as well, correct?
That's included, and also any correspondence sent to the mayor.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's good. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Now, are there any questions on the motion? Councillor Carlson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I I really appreciate this because it could save people a lot of time and energy. But I have some questions. When we circulate to the community about a public hearing, I believe we're pretty explicit to them that if they want their information to be considered as part of the public hearing, they kind of agree to that their name and address and the contents of their emails will be public. One of the concerns I have here is that was not made plain to people who are just writing to council. Some people may have, because I treat correspondence sent to me as confidential, unless they ask it or allow me to share it, I do not share it. And so that's my only concern here, is if there are members of our public who have written to myself or Councillor Morrow or Mayor Spearman, what have you, and they didn't expect that information, their thoughts and their names and addresses, etc., to be part of the public record. That's my concern. How do we mitigate my concern? Is there a way?
We could defeat the motion or not. But
Agreed.
as it stands, that all that information would be made public, yes.
Yeah. Is there a way to mitigate that? Maybe through you, Your Worship, to the city clerk's office? It would be onerous to have to write back to each and every person. Defeat.
There is a disclosure statement on the advertisement that is posted online and in the newspaper stating that your personal information will be in the public agenda. What we could do was
right.
Yeah, what we could do, the clerk's office, is contact every person and ask for their permission to do that, or you do make a good point, Councillor Carlson, about the personal information and them not knowing that will be appearing in a public agenda.
And thank you. I'm saying that because I've received some correspondence that if it was me writing it, I would not want that published. And so I just, those are my concerns. Everyone I've been in contact with, I've said I can listen, but I will encourage you that when the public hearing, if it comes out, you write to us then, or I said, write to city clerk or the city planning department. Those ones I think were well aware that that would be part of the submission at the public hearing. I'm just concerned that some folks may not want their names attached to some of the correspondence. So I have some issues on that. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Most of my sentiments have just been expressed by Councillor Carlson. That was my question, or my reason for asking the question, was that the information provided to us has not been provided with that understanding that it could be public record. However, I think a lot of the public believe that they've sent us things and that the information that we received during a public hearing has to be available to all members of council. And if we were to be forwarding or including our current file of correspondence, we may not all get it. We may not all see it. There may not be an equitability of members of council making decisions on, making a decision based on the same information. So there is a part of me that believes we need to establish a process or find a process of either contacting these people, which I understand will be very labor intensive for the clerk's office, or notifying people in some manner that letters they've sent, we would have to ask them now to resend it.
Okay, understand. So the principle is every member of council has to have exactly the same information in order to make a decision at a public hearing. So there needs to be a process to determine which correspondence will be included and which will not. So I think we understand the intent. I just wonder if there's a minor amendment. If I could read the resolution. Okay. be included in the public hearing process. With approval of the sender, something like that? You get the sentiment there?
With permission from the senator.
With permission, if we add the words, be included in the public hearing process and insert the words, with permission of the sender. And then the city clerk's office will contact the senders to get their permission prior to second reading. Is that acceptable to the mover?
Yes, it is, but if I'm hearing what's been said here, if someone has sent just me a letter or an email, how is the city clerk going to know that I received that? Or if it was sent to any member of council only, how is the city clerk going to know? So rather than put it onto the city clerk, this is it's going to come to council at a public hearing. If we feel that there are some that maybe don't want their letter, why don't we take it upon ourselves as the 9 of us and contact the individuals that have contacted us only and ask them their permission, and if that's the case, then we can forward it on to the city clerk.
Yep.
Because I don't see this really doing anything.
Okay, it's your resolution, so I'll let you decide how you wish to have it read. The intention is to allow correspondence already received to be part of the public hearing process. If someone has a better way of stating this, go ahead.
So my question, Mr. Mayor, then is who will be getting the permission of all the senders?
The way it reads now,
the city clerk?
It's the city clerk. Yeah.
Okay, if the city clerk has the manpower to do it, then I'm okay with it.
Okay, city clerk.
We'll try our best. I don't know how many emails are out there right now, but we will have to get the email address and then send them a note asking for their permission to publish in a public agenda.
Yeah.
We can do that with one blind copy email perhaps, but technology does help, but then we don't know how many are out there. But we're willing to try, for sure.
In my case, I haven't received any directly. All of them would have gone to the mayor's office, and my assistant can forward them to the city clerk's office. I know there have been a number
of order.
On
Mayor Spearman.
Yes.
If the resolution says that all the emails we receive get vetted by the clerk, that's all of them. We don't pick and choose the people that sent us emails. We forward all of them to the city clerk.
Yeah.
We can't pick and choose and contact people. Oh, do you want yours in there? No. If the resolution is that all the correspondence that we received, we forward all of those to the city clerk and they can deal with them.
Yeah, that was the intent.
No negotiating.
That was there was no negotiating about which ones we would send. Nobody has mentioned that. It's just about the process that we would use.
Councillor Moore just said that. He said he would talk to the people himself and get their approval. So we either send every single email we got on this issue to the city clerk's office, or we don't. There's no in between here.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, Councillor Miyashiro, Deputy Mayor Miyashiro, I'm not.
Yes.
What I'm suggesting is that rather than have the city clerk do it, we do it, because we have received emails. You may have received an email that I have not.
Exactly.
So, and the city clerk has not. So how would anybody know if the one that you received, if they want to make it public? So if they tell you that they want to be public, then you send it to the city clerk.
No, we send all of them, Joe, to the city clerk, and then the clerk asks them if they want to be public. Well, that's the only fair way to do it.
I understand that. I'm just trying to eliminate some work from the city clerk, because I'm sure that whole department is bombarded with a lot of stuff. So
the city clerk says that she can get it done. So the way the resolution is currently worded is acceptable to the city clerk. Any further discussion? Any questions?
Carlson here.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Through you to the city clerk. This is the first time we've tried something like this, so it might be a bit weird and messy. Two questions, I guess. The first one, there isn't a way to have an in-camera or confidential portion of a public hearing that city council could have all these emails. I'm assuming that is not permissible.
No, not for a public hearing.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
Solicitor and I were just chatting on email, and he made a suggestion about redacting personal information, but I don't know if that's something that council would want. You wouldn't then know whether they're an affected party, but that's an option for council as well.
Thank you, because that was my other question. Was I couldn't see a way for us to have a confidential portion, but a redacted portion, removing any personal information, may be a quicker. I don't know if that's quicker or not. Good heavens, I'm not sure.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you. Actually, I had the same question here, waiting in line here, that could we not remove any personal information from the emails, and so it just has the information provided without the email addresses or the individual's name? And that was what my curiosity was, because yes, there could be some confidential information, and I'm not sure if we could just remove that information or not. And then maybe that's a question for the city solicitor.
Okay. Director of Infrastructure.
Yeah, I think, well, I appreciate what Councillor Carlson's suggesting. That defeats the purpose of gathering public input.
Yeah.
And it's inconsistent. Exactly. It is inconsistent with the normal process of engaging the community through the formal public hearing process, where you want to take representations and you want to be clear about where those representations are coming from. So redacting or making having a confidential submission or a partial submission is in fact self-defeating, and it's contrary to our normal public engagement, public hearing process. So I think the intent as described in this resolution right now, where anybody on council that's received something, send it to the clerk's office. They'll reach out to those particular individuals, ensure that they're okay with including that information and their identity as part of that in the normal process of gathering public input prior to the public hearing. So if somebody chooses not to rescind and then resubmit, we'll describe what the resubmission process looks like between now and February 8th as well. So yeah, I would discourage council in coming up with some brand new process as it relates to emails that you've received in advance of the advertising and the public notices that are going to go out this week.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further questions from council? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm up for debate.
Okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
I think Mr. Hawkins said exactly what I was going to ask, so thank you.
Okay. So the resolution as is presented appears to be what is required. So we'll move to debate if there's no further questions. Councillor Morrow, do you wish to open?
I'll pass on open.
Okay. I'm asking now for councillors who wish to debate. Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I would strongly encourage my colleagues to defeat this motion. Well, we have received an exorbitant amount of email correspondence on this particular matter. There has been a consistent theme, which I think we will hear when we advertise for regular correspondence. the issue that Mr. Hawkins addressed, I agree 100% with, that if you're going to participate in a public hearing, there's no redacting. This is a community conversation, and it's important that we get the appropriate feedback from the community, and we see who where that feedback is coming from, because sometimes distance makes a difference in our opinion in terms of understanding the impact, the direct impact versus the distant impact, things of that nature. I know that people in the community are frustrated by this, and when they're sending emails well ahead of a public hearing process, they are expressing their frustration, and I get that. However, we have a process that, if it's going to stand up the test of court, making any change or any modification to it, especially on public input, is, I believe, going to put us at jeopardy or put us at risk. So the best thing to do is, let's go through this the normal process. And if we know that somebody has sent us a letter, if you want on your own volition, just to contact them back and say, got to submit it again. If you want to submit it, you're welcome to do that. We can message to the community that if you've sent correspondence, please send it to with the address. It's not going to provide the same level of work as the clerk's office or of planning or of anybody else. Let's just follow the normal process. Certainly appreciate the feedback we've received, but a public hearing, we have to receive information and consider the matter based on the information presented on that day. A lot of the people that have contacted us may actually have seen the SACPA presentation. They may have changed their mind. There's some who may have supported it and saw the SACPA presentation and changed their mind. So letters may actually come with a different tone, a different tenor, a different understanding. So let's start with a clean slate. I appreciate everybody that submitted correspondence to me and to members of council since this has become a public issue. But now that we're into the formal process with the first reading passed, let's do this the proper way. So I would strongly encourage members of council to defeat the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I agree with everything my colleague has just said, but I do have to ask then a point of clarification. Just because I was fairly proactive and have been communicating with not all, because it's been voluminous, but many of the folks who contacted me, and I've said it can't come just to one member of council. You must contact the city clerk or the planning department so it's part of the public hearing. I don't know how many people did that, but will those folks who've contacted prior to this be part of the public hearing, or do they have to start now? That's my question.
Depends how this resolution goes. If the resolution is passed, their correspondence would be accepted. If the resolution's defeated, they would have to resubmit.
So even if they've already written to the planning department or city clerk
Yes.
to be part of the public hearing? Okay, thank you. I'll recontact everyone.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, and I have to ask a question before I get into the debate, if I may, Mr. Mayor. So, just a question to Mr. Lowen. All the correspondence that we've gotten given to us, sent to us, or by a phone call, that can still be part in helping shape our decision. Am I correct? Because I always thought all information leading up to a public hearing and at a public hearing until a public hearing is closed can be used in consideration of a decision. Am I correct on that?
I guess I'd expand a little bit on that and just suggest that it's a little bit more complicated. The gold standard is for a public hearing is that the public, people who have an interest in what's being considered by council, has an opportunity to directly comment to you on all the pieces of information that are before you in making that decision. So, you know, if I was to use an exaggerated example of where, let's say, the evil money bags, special interest party was talking to a councillor and had convinced them of something with information that wasn't available to the rest of council, and the public didn't get an opportunity to comment on it at the public hearing, that's problematic.
Okay, I think that makes a very good point. Thank you very much. Are we in debate, or just can I add to it now?
We are in debate. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very good point, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, especially Councillor Kaufman. I think he makes a very good point. But also, it's like Councillor, I don't know if it's Councillor Miyashiro, but we should go back to these folks and tell them to resend, to have their opinions brought forward again within the proper time guidelines if they want their voice heard. And I think that's incumbent upon us if we want to ask those people who have given us information to resubmit, and that and that being to all members of City Council. So I will be voting against the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This has been a fascinating debate into democratic process and institutions, and I will be voting against this, not because of what was being attempted. What we want to do is to get more people involved, but because now more than ever, it is important to stick to democratic processes and to encourage people to be involved in the processes that exist, because we have to be fighting for our democratic institutions here and across North America now more than ever. And so the public hearing is the process by which people get to have their say, encouraging everybody, getting the message out there now that the public hearing is coming, this is how you access it, this is how you contact the city clerk's department, is vital, but we need to stick to the process that exists. So I will be voting against this resolution.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Everyone that sent me a email individually, I responded that at this point, council had not been informed of any rezoning application, which was the truth. We can't take a bunch of information before the fact and now include it into something after the fact. And I agree with what Councillor Goffin said. We have a process in place, and as well as what Councillor Crowson just said, we have a process that's in place. We can't grab a whole bunch of things. People could complain about whatever they want for the next year about whatever because they think it's going to come forward. And then if it happens to come forward, does that mean we would have to include all of that correspondence, even though it's something that doesn't exist? In council's realm, that did not exist until we got that notification that it was happening, which was today. So really all the stuff beforehand was speculation on someone else's part because we were never formally informed. So I will not vote for this.
Thank you. Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Yes, although it's important for us to get every one of us to have the same information, as many of my colleagues have said, I'm sure a lot of us get different emails throughout time, and the majority of the information or the communication I've got is by telephone. So I would think that that information would be tough to send forward, and then that would not give everybody, my colleagues, the same information that I have. And Councillor or Deputy Mayor Miyashiro indicated the process kind of starts now, and it's going to be tough to make sure we get out the message to the community to send their information into the city clerk's office so that it would be included with the public hearing. But in light of hearing all of the conversations, and I know that I've seconded this motion, I think that it's would be better to have this process. It's difficult to have all of our emails sent in, and or any communication for that matter, and so there may be issues with doing that. And so for that reason, I will not support this resolution as it stands.
Thank you. I do appreciate the intent of Councillor Morrow. I think we all looked for a way to make it easier on people who had already submitted information. But having heard the debate of my colleagues and the rationale and the information and advice provided to us, I think it's important that we continue to follow the normal processes. So I will not be able to support this resolution either, but I do appreciate the intent and the purpose of why it was brought forward. I'll now ask Councillor Morrow to close.
Well, thank you all. I can see where this is going to go. I guess nothing's changed in 2021. Same thing will continue from day one of this particular group of councillors. I can't believe what I'm hearing. This is, you guys are right now playing, and I'm sorry, I'm going to be blunt. You guys are playing games here because you can't tell me that every one of you, every single one of you, in your term as a councillor, you've never talked to anybody outside of City Hall or outside of a process. You've never gone for coffee. You've never visited someone. You've never gone to talk to a community group to listen to their concerns. Those things are in the back of your mind, and they may not have even come forward on a particular, as someone said, it might come a year later. Every one of you, you got to remember, You guys are telling me that this process is starting today? Are you kidding me? Who are you guys trying to fool here? The residents received a letter from Mr. Fritz and from the mustard seed way back months ago. The city of Lethbridge wrote a letter to the residents months ago telling them they needed to respond by, I think the date was December 6th. This was triggered way back when. This is what caused and started the bombardment of emails and phone calls and texts. Everything that you have all read is in your mind already. You can't wipe it out. It's part of the process. It's part of the public hearing, whether you like it or not. It's in your mind. You can't erase what happened. You can't erase what you read. The tentative date, as making it sound like we didn't know, the city had set tentative dates. And I know that as a fact because people were telling me the dates that were set. They knew the date of the first reading and they know the tentative date of the public hearing. And they were calling me and asking me, and I said, I don't have a clue what you're talking about. And yet they said, well, we got it from the city. So I contacted the city, and sure enough, from the planning department, yes, that's what was said. Public hearing on the February 9th, first reading on January 12th, but everything was wide open. People were sending letters because they thought they had to reply by December 6th. Now, what you're telling me now is that this is outside of the process. So now we have to go tell all these hundreds and hundreds of people that have taken time to communicate with us, to tell us whether they're in favor or not, or whatever reason they wanted to write us. And now you're saying we can't accept that. We need to now task the city clerk to do all this. Like, I don't understand. I don't even understand why we even had to add that amendment to the resolution, because in my belief, anytime anyone decides, especially in today's world with social media, anytime anyone sends a letter or an email or anything, the only thing that's not disclosed is what Councillor Higgins said is a phone call. But anytime anybody puts pen to paper and writes or emails or texts or whatever social media they use, that is public. And you guys cannot erase that, and that is in your minds. So if you're telling me that now we need to tell these people all over again to send another email to form part of our public hearing process, I don't get it. They've done it. They've done it. We want open transparency. We all campaign on that. We all talk about how we want to listen to the community. We want to engage the community. We want to involve the community. And now you're all starting to say that because it doesn't follow the process, now everybody has to rewrite us again. Members of council, come on, let's get real here. We know what the issue is. We know what the situation is. We're hearing it from every possible angle, and I'm sure we're going to get more. So I know the vote's going to get lost, but I think that everything that we have heard should form part of the public hearing that is coming forward. Because you know what? All you're doing now, all you're telling your constituents to do is, sorry guys, what you've done for the past month and a half or two doesn't cut it. You got to do it all over again, and we're going to get the same thing. You're going to get the exact same thing. So I urge my council members to think about this, change your mind, and vote in favor of this resolution. I call the question.
Question has been called. I'll ask the city clerk to... Hey, there can be no cheering in the gallery. We'll have to ask you to leave.
Mr. Mayor, I need a point of clarification here from something was brought up by Councilor Moore, and I just need to have some clarification on that. If I may question, Councilor Morris asked that feedback was requested back by the 9th. You said something about that, Councilor Moore. What did you mean by that, if I may ask? Feedback by the 9th.
There was a letter sent by the city and also by Fritz and by the mustard seed asking the community to respond to this particular situation. I don't know what the wording exactly was. I don't have the letters in front of me. But they had to, some of them were panicked because they got this like on December 3rd or 4th, and they needed to respond by the 6th. And I did see, I don't have it in front of me, but I did see a letter sent by the city saying something to that effect. So they already were engaging the community to start submitting and put them in a panic mode. And that's what triggered all these letters that we're getting. I call the question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, can we get any further clarification? What's this request for response by December 6th or December 9th?
Yeah, just for the information to council, perhaps Mr. Hawkins can speak to who wrote what letter asking for what, just so everybody's clear.
Yeah, I'll get Maureen Gearing to give you the clarification on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Parker, for that question. The timing wasn't great. Usually we have an applicant hold a tea party sometime before we actually receive an application. In this particular instance, the letters went out very close together. We did have a look at the letter that we sent out. So as a result of the previous rezoning in Scenic Heights, we did have a request from council members to send out letters to adjacent residents within 60 meters when we receive an application. So that was a change to our process, and that is something that we did do. We have been doing that. This is, of course, a contentious application. We realized that the wording in the letter was not as clear as it could be. The intent of having people get back to the applicant or ourselves was in order to address anything that the applicant could do to mitigate concerns. So the planner in question did spend a lot of time on the phone with many people, clarifying the intent of that letter as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready for the vote? Question's been called by the mover, Councillor Morrow. I'll ask the city clerk to do a roll call vote.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
In light of the new information received, I'll vote in favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
Opposed.
Councillor Carlson.
Opposed.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
In light of the information, in favor.
Carried 5-4.
Okay, the resolution is carried 5-4.
So sorry, let's clarify this then, as I asked earlier, then every email that we had sent to us, to us in singular, not in the collective, goes to the city clerk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, it's after 4 o'clock. We had a scheduled public hearing at 4 o'clock. We're going to now recess to the public hearing. There might be a few minutes delay because we have to change technology here. Thank you. You just stick with us and we'll start the public hearing.
Are we logging out or staying on?
Staying on.
Thank you.
call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6251, a bylaw to establish alternate methods of public notification and advertisement. The procedure for this hearing will be: we will begin by calling upon Ryan Westerson, Manager of Legislative Services, to provide the background to the case. Those else who wish to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have an opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Ryan Westerson to provide the background to the case. Mr. Westerson.
Excellent. Good afternoon. It will be as brief as possible, but as informative as possible. This is to provide an overview of the background, intent, and implementation of this bylaw. Why we're here. At the public hearing on November 16th, this bylaw was presented as a resource to Council's directed budget reduction exercise. This was the focus of that presentation, and while a significant component of the development of this bylaw, it is not its sole purpose. At that time, it could have been communicated and presented more distinctly on the impacts that this bylaw will have on providing administration additional flexibility to communicate our work to the community. At the last public hearing, we did speak about a reduction in costs, and while we expect this to be true under this bylaw and the broader capabilities it permits us, we expect efficiencies on the use of those dollars. This means that by focusing our communication efforts across various channels, we expect to spend less with a greater reach. The efforts that have been undertaken in drafting and preparing for this bylaw have reaffirmed our internal communications so that we, as a corporate team, have come together to find a way in which we can maximize our communications, to the public and all interested stakeholders. Sorry, we've lost the PowerPoint. I'll continue. We will be diversifying our communications efforts. This means we'll be retooling how we communicate our work and refocusing on taking messages to where the public is. We know that our community digests information about our work through various forms of media, and we are committed to ensuring we provide the information where it is needed. This will include print, digital, website, and any other combination of additional forms. In 2017, the MGA was amended to include the ability for council to institute an advertisement bylaw. This flexibility allows municipalities to more broadly distribute messaging to their communities. Previously, the wording of legislation may have limited our communication process. We would have been focused on meeting the 2 consecutive weeks of advertisement. In instances where advertisements may have been missed, this could have jeopardized the public hearing, thus lengthening a development process. As we strive to find ways to be as efficient as possible, and while maintaining our responsibility to the public, this bylaw assists by removing some proverbial red tape that creates a potentially stringent and onerous process that does not account for the various forms and mediums in which the public expects to be informed through. This bylaw will ultimately allow us the ability to continue our obligation to inform the public continuously, while providing the additional flexibility to follow the varying forms of information delivery. The next slide is on examples. I think it speaks for itself. We relied heavily upon the City of Edmonton's bylaw, as well as the AUMA template. On implementation, we have purposely built a page that will centralize notices. This shortened URL was created for ease of access, ease of advertisement, and ease of recall. We will use measurable URLs that will allow us to track the effectiveness of each channel and communication effort. Through the varying modes, we'll be able to analyze what areas of our advertisement are most effective. We may decipher what mediums can the most viewership and interaction. And we will use this data to measure and realign our methods as they prove to be effective. Measuring our performance and messaging will allow us to reform our ads so as to maximize their effect. This includes simplifying language so that public notices are clear and concise as possible to drive better information to the public. Additionally, we can focus our ads to ensure this information is how they wish to receive it. What we have heard. We recognize that a potential cost savings of up to $88,000 was discussed and presented. While this is a figure that could be realized if print advertisements were limited, we expect realistically to save less than this, but have these dollars spent allocated more efficiently under our multi-channel approach. As long as our residents are using specific channels to receive their information, we will use the same to present that information to them. Internally, business units have come together to work very well to create a communication strategy that looks at what we advertise and how we do it effectively, consistently, and respecting the diverse ways in which residents receive their information. The next two slides kind of go over a bit of a template for each of these different advertisements. The black and white one on the left is a print ad. The middle one is a social media ad. The one on the right is a poster, A-frame board, or a social media ad as well. On the next slide, you will see an example of something that we would put on our foyer monitors, our social media, and/or on presentation boards out in the community. I open it to questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Westerson. There may be other speakers. I believe there's a pre-recorded voice message that all councillors should hear from Mr. Rick Ross.
There is, and I'll play it now for you.
To establish alternate methods of public notification and advertisement. And now reading from the bylaw directly with emphasis on the points that I wish to challenge or emphasize. General. Except where otherwise specified in this bylaw and where the Act requires notice of a thing, the city may advertise the notice. Subsection I. Where the thing is of general interest to the entire city, solely by publication of the required notice on the website at www.lethbridge. Or 2, where the thing relates to an area of the city by the method set out in section 1, and by mailing a notice by regular post to every parcel within 60 meters of the area affected. This would mean, in the case of a rezoning, lane or road closure, park development, that there must be a mailing to every residence next door to the development. But all of those that are by the development at the end of the block would not even know about it. At least by having the notice in the paper, I and my neighbors, many who do not have access to or use computers, would have a better chance to be made aware of any changes happening in our neighborhood. I doubt any sales advertising would be only on the website, so why hide other developments there? I recognize that many people utilize the internet for communications by email, Twitter, Facebook, etc., but many of us utilize the internet only for email and to do specific searches. If you wish to notify us of changes in the city, then the advertising, which is paid for by the developers, in the newspaper of general circulation in the area is the only reasonably fair communication method that is in keeping with the spirit of the Municipal Government Act. The fact that Bylaw 6251 allows an option of using other methods of publication of required advertising does not give me confidence that they will be extensively used or that we will have an open government, despite any verbal assurances to the contrary. Remember, as it is written, so it shall be in the future. Also remember, pursuant to Section 606 of the Municipal Government Act, a council must give notice of certain bylaws, resolutions, etc., or other things by advertising in a newspaper or other publications circulating in the area, mailing or delivering a notice to every residence in the affected area, or by another method provided for in bylaw under Section 606. And except where otherwise specified in this bylaw, where the Act requires notice of a thing, the city may advertise the notice. In 1, solely by publication of the required notice on the website, or 2, where it's a specific area, the method set out in Section 1, and by mailing a notice by regular post to every parcel within 60 meters of the area affected. So an area of the city is the north side, or the west side, or the south side. That's a lot of postage. Notices pursuant to Section 4.1a must remain accessible from the initial date of posting through to the date of the thing advertised. It says accessible. It does not guarantee visible to members of the public who do not know how to look for things on your specific website. Are you setting up a training program for all members of the current city and all those who may move to this city in the future to ensure that notice to most of the residents is truly notice and not just fulfilling some letter of the law? But really, intending to give a break to the developers when you've cut funding to many city programs. Since the proposed savings appear to be in the order of $100,000, that sounds like a position that could be eliminated from the planning department. Maybe the one who thought up this boondoggle? Or possibly a 10% restoration of the police department cut. Or is it like suggested by a letter to the editor that this is just a way that the developers have their way again, saving their money at the expense of the citizens? A second concern that affects me personally is the domino effect causing loss of print media and lost trust in my elected officials doing what is best for the electors of the city, not just the developers. Thank you. Mr. Mayor and councillors, regarding bylaw 625.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Okay. I'm not sure, were there any other pre-registered presenters? Do you have a list?
Is there any? No, Ryan's shaking his head no.
No? Okay. All right. We will accept one at a time. Mr. Hancock is in the back. Would you like to go first? I'll ask each of the presenters to state their name clearly so we can have them on the public record. And then you will each have 5 minutes to present. Mr. Hancock.
My name is Brian Hancock. I'm the publisher at the Lethbridge Herald. I was in attendance at the previous presentation. And at that time, I'll be honest, the numbers weren't in my head, so I've gone back and checked. The recommendation said there was going to be a saving in the neighborhood, I've heard 88 or 99,000. So I went back and checked my records. The actual spend in that department was $79,000 in the past year. And in the presentation, it did say, this is not total elimination, but there would just be some cuts. So even based on, let's say, a 50% cut, nowhere near achieving the dollar figure that was quoted. My concern at the time was council was being asked to vote on something, and the numbers that had been presented to them, the potential savings, were nowhere near the reality. The one thing that stuck out in the presentation as well, and I still haven't got a straight answer, the costs of these ads are supposed to be covered by the applicant, whoever wants to change the zoning, whatever the case may be. And it was said in the presentation that somebody decided that we'll reduce the cost and we'll subsidize it through the city ourselves because we want to do something to help the developers. Now, the developers are in the game of multi-million-dollar projects. So every time a dollar is cut from what they are supposed to spend for their ad, it's supposed to be revenue neutral for the city. There is absolutely no cost to the city of Lethbridge to run these ads in the newspaper if you follow the guidelines that are in place. Instead, it's been subsidized. Well, that just means the business no longer pays for the project or the ad, that the taxpayers are paying for the other part of the ad. So in effect, the subsidy is you and me as taxpayers are now paying for these ads for these applicants. I couldn't disagree more with that as a principle. And I've asked around a number of people I do know at the city. Nobody knows where that came from, who decided that was a policy, when it was implemented. There's nothing I can find on record that it has been approved by anybody. And I'd be very interested to hear the feedback on that one and the answer and how and when that happened. Okay? And then one of the numbers that was thrown out, 20% of the seniors in the city don't have internet. May seem insignificant to you, but 20% of a large population is key to me. That number, when I went through StatsCan and researched that number, because it just seemed an anecdotal number, I wasn't sure where it came from. That number is actually closer to 40%, either don't have or don't use for those purposes. So the effectiveness of the Lethbridge Herald is huge in reaching that demographic. And then almost as a brush off was, if they want it, they can come down to City Hall and we'll print them off a copy. So in the middle of a pandemic, where the city's policy is masking, protection, and I fully, wholeheartedly agree with everything you've implemented, okay? You're asking the most vulnerable community, if they want to get involved in their community and find out what's going on, come down and expose yourselves, take a trip, have more interaction. That just seems counterintuitive to me, especially at this time. So those comments, I will leave it at that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hancock. Who would like to speak next? If you'd like to come forward, please. Introduce yourself.
Side of the microphone. Timothy Kalinowski. I'm currently the acting editor of the city editor for the Herald, as we're waiting our new city editor to come in. I'm the city beat reporter with the Herald. I think you have a copy of my presentation, but I thought it'd be important to read it out because there's things I said in there which I want to say to you guys personally. Well, first of all, thank you, Mayor Spearman and councillors, for allowing me to speak today about the continuing importance of supporting print media in our community. Before I address the context of the current bylaw proposal, I just want to let you in on a little background for myself. I've been involved in the newsprint media in some form since I was a young boy. I began delivering the Regina Leader Post in my hometown of Gull Lake, Saskatchewan when I was 8 years old. That was my first paying job, and it's still a first paying job for a lot of kids in the community. I began writing my first weekly feature in our local weekly Gull Lake Advance when I was 17 years old. It was a feature on seniors in the community called Roots. When I first went to University of Regina, I enrolled in the journalism program because I did love newspapers. I used to read magazines and newspapers all the time. But I switched my degree to English literature because I realized my first love is actually writing and not necessarily journalism. But even then, while I was pursuing these creative writing impulses, I was still attracted to the newspaper industry. I wrote a regular Arts Beat feature for my university student newspaper, the Carillon, for several years. After I graduated from the U of L, I ultimately pursued a master's degree in environmental studies at York University, studying arts-based research and approaches to environmental stewardship through craft and writing. When I returned home to my hometown for a brief interlude in 2009, on my way, I thought, toward teaching English in Europe, I saw an ad in the Gull Lake Advance seeking a part-time reporter. So these ads do work. Bored, at home waiting for applications to be answered, I decided to apply. Little did I know that was the start of an 11-year newspaper writing career. Within a year, I was promoted to editor of the paper. Over the next 4 years, we won half a dozen Saskatchewan Weekly Newspaper Awards and 2 National Blue Ribbon Awards from the Canadian Community Newspaper Association. Almost unprecedented at that time for a newspaper serving about 1,000 residents. I was eventually asked to adjudicate 2 national competitions in separate years for the CCNA, the Best Historical Feature and the Best Feature Story of the Year. Eventually, I went on to work for the Cypress Courier, the Medicine Hat News, editor of Ag Matters magazine, and the Lethbridge Herald, where I'm currently working. Kind of a sad footnote to that story, about 2-3 years after I quit the Gull Lake Advance to come to the Medicine Hat News, that newspaper did close. So the community of Gull Lake no longer has a newspaper. And people have told me every day since then, every year, I meet people from Gull Lake, God, we miss our local newspaper. We don't know what's going on anymore in the town once that's gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. I leave it to you. First of all, I didn't want to list the credentials to blow my own horn. I just want to give you a context of my history with the newspaper industry. I did write 5 stories for the Herald. Hopefully you've all read those. I attached them with my submission to council. Spoke to many prominent community citizens who attested to their support for the Herald and why it was important to them. But Toby Boulet's presentation comment stands out the most in my mind when he says, the Lethbridge Herald puts Lethbridge on the front page. Think about that for a second. Of all the media in town, they all try to do Lethbridge news, but we are truly Lethbridge only based. We are the Lethbridge Herald newspaper. We're not the weekend affiliate of the National Post or the Calgary Herald or the Globe and Mail. We are the Lethbridge Herald. We put Lethbridge on the front page. In closing, I did include some personal notes in the presentation. I'll just leave those for you to read. But I just want to say that what I heard today in the previous from Mr. Westerson is something I think I heard a lot of during, unfortunately, the EMS dispatch recently, where a bureaucratic decision comes around and they want something done, and this keeps coming back around, despite what the community may want or have to say about that. Just stuck out to my mind, the language and wording used in that presentation was very similar to our recent EMS dispatch to conversations we've had with the provincial government, which sadly, of course, ended today. Anyways, I'll just leave it at that. Maybe that was a low blow, but that's how I felt when I heard it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kalinowski. Yep. Next speaker, please. Yes, please come forward. Please introduce yourself, and you too will have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Yes, your name, sir, please.
My name is Hans Wensink. Hans Wensink.
Yeah.
I'm a driver for the Lethbridge Herald. I worked for them for 7 years. And I sent all of the council, and I think the mayor as well, an email at the 22nd of November. And actually I replied that today again to all of you, that my major concern is my job. Because if we lose advertising at the Lethbridge Herald, I will lose my livelihood. And not only me, but 60 of my full-time working colleagues and more than 100 carriers in this town. And what a lot of people really don't realize, that of all our carriers that we have, many of them are seniors, actually. I see them every night when they come up and pick the papers up to start delivery. They use that income supplementary to whatever their meager pension is. I want actually to make you guys really to understand that the Lethbridge Herald is just not an employer, but also is part of this community. I mean, the Lethbridge Herald is also used as a sponsor in this town, yeah? And the seniors that I meet in the morning when I deliver the paper, well, it's part of their day. They wake up in the morning, and the first thing, like Mr. Hancock said, if there's a 40% of the people that don't have internet, what they're waiting for is for that paper. And if that paper doesn't arrive, these people are not happy. And we know that because we deal with these people every morning. We see that customers are not happy when we deliver late, or there's something not right with that paper. Seniors enjoy that paper in this city. So it is a very important tool for the seniors to get information about the city. And again, I keep it short. For me as personally, I think about my colleagues and everybody who's working at the Lethbridge Herald, carriers, drivers, people who work in the office. Since COVID-19, we have already actually given in 1 day work because of COVID-19, because, advertising drops. That's just what happens in business when COVID-19 is around and we don't have the businesses open. That means lack of income for the Herald. Now, noticing that the Lethbridge Herald gives $185,000 to the city, pretty much every year on taxes and, of course, on utilities payments. That's quite a chunk of money. Yeah, that's what the city gets now. The Lethbridge Herald is gone, the money is gone. Yeah, $79,000 I read in the paper was actually budgeted for the city to advertise. Well, if the city of the Lethbridge Herald pays you guys $185,000, I mean, let's do the administration quick. There's still some money left for the city for other stuff. My major thing is here that I don't want to go home one day and tell my wife that I lose my livelihood because of the city. Because, keep that in mind, you people who sit here, you are very important to us to make the right decision. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation, sir. Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to make a presentation at this time? Yep, please come forward and introduce yourself. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Tom Yeoman, and I just had a short statement. During the coronavirus crisis, Mayor Spearman counseled supporting local businesses. The Lethbridge Herald is certainly a local business. What a wonderful moment for the city to step up with its civic spirit and support. The Herald has been able to persist in a time when print dailies have been stressed to an unprecedented extent. The Herald has been part of the pulse of city life. It's not just seniors who enjoy the Herald, and it would be a shame for the Herald's life to fail. It is, like no other medium, a public forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Yeoman, thank you. Anybody else? Yep, please come forward. Please state your name, and then you have 5 minutes, sir. Yeah.
My name's Dave Warwick. I'll just be a few minutes, Your Worship. I moved to Lethbridge 27 years ago. I started a company, Warwick Printing. I worked in the printing industry for approximately 25 years in Lethbridge and 25 years in North Battleford. I'm 70 years old. 3 years ago, I sold my company to a young man called Lee Whale. At that time, Lee was a circulation manager for the Lethbridge Herald. He came to be my sales manager. He came to be my friend, and he bought my company. I know that when I first met Lee, he, as I said, he was a circulation manager at the Lethbridge Herald. Previous to that, he had started as a paper boy with the Lethbridge Herald. He became an inserter, and in those days they did it by hand. And he was enticed by me to come and become a salesman with our firm. Spent his whole life and has his whole future in the print industry. I had a pretty similar thing. My first job was with the Toronto Star Weekly. I had that job when I was 8 years old. Sold newspapers for 20 cents a piece every Saturday morning. All my life, I have sold printing. I worked in the newspaper business. Our printing company had offshoots in the newspaper business. We were also in the computer business. I think that something that we want to consider when we're talking about advertising in the newspaper is that when we advertise things that are legal, that are very important communication to the taxpayers of Lethbridge, we need permanent records of those things. That newspaper is a permanent record. I don't know this, I haven't asked anybody this, but I would bet that Brian can look up an ad from the city of Lethbridge from 1932. I doubt that that can be done in any other form of communication. We don't know what will happen with the city's website. We don't know what will happen with digital electronic advertising. We do know what happened with radio and television advertising, all of which we've all gone through in our lives. But we do know that there are books, the printed word, all over the world that is in existence ever since William Caxton put the first English words on paper. And I ask you to remember that, because that is an important thing. My wife, when I said I was going to come down here and say my piece, my wife said, be sure to tell them that the first thing I do every morning is read the Lethbridge Herald. So that's my 2 bits worth, that's my wife's 2 bits worth, and I hope you'll take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Warwick. Is there anybody else?
Name is Darlene McLean. Thank you for your time, Council and Mayor. Okay. Back several years ago, there was a rezoning going to be happening here in Lethbridge on a property, and I phoned the community planner at the time, and I was telling him what I was looking for, and he looked in the file and he said, well, they're either lost documents or they're not there. And they weren't included in what the city was going to present, but it was old history that was extremely relevant. I didn't find the stuff at the time for the rezoning, but I did find it later, and it was quite important because the stuff, this property had gone to SDAB already, Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, and then a few years later, it comes up as rezoning in front of City Council, which according to the Municipal Government Act is not supposed to be allowed. So, but they weren't, they were lost documents, and that's happened another time. The first instance that I mentioned, I did find my documents and I did find the record of it completely, but if I wouldn't have been able to find it in my office, which is hard to do, yes, but I could have gone to the Lethbridge Herald archives to find that important lost documents. In the early 2000s, through the Lethbridge Herald, I learned that there was a survey going to be done regarding my neighborhood. So yes, I went to the survey and I did the survey and this and that, whatever, and I asked the organizers if I could get a copy of the survey once it was completed, and that just got missed. It never happened. I didn't remind them myself. So when I was going to another rezoning meeting, I checked on the city's website. I could not find any mention of this survey or the results of this survey. It was done in the early 2000s sometime. And so then I phoned a staff member and a computer staff person and said, well, can you help me find this? I'm using the wrong search words or whatever. And he to his credit, he was very helpful. And he said, lady, I have a lot of trouble finding stuff on this website myself. But at any rate, so then I talked to further in the system staff person, and they told me that after a few phone calls and reminding this person, it was said that they had found it, but it was in archives in the city's basement. For a time there was a different computer format for some of these things, and then when the city gets a new computer system and a new format, a lot of this stuff isn't easy to just transfer. And so at any rate, it wasn't, he couldn't find another computer either. He went to the archives in the basement of City Hall and he found it, to his credit. I appreciate it. But at any rate, I don't, it is that survey, and the results of it are now on the city's website. I don't know if it was put on there as a big bundle of a whole bunch of stuff that was finally transferred, or if that survey was specifically transferred because it was timely for some other issue. I don't know. But this is what can happen. You know, you lose documents or things do not get changed to different computer formats. Okay. Right now, there was a threeplex that replaced a single-family home in a neighborhood, and I phoned the development officer, and I said, when did this get approved to change this to a threeplex? I look in the paper all the time, and I didn't see it. Now, the person, you thought they might have said, well, I'm sorry, Darlene, but you missed it, and it was in such and such a date in the Lethbridge Herald. But no, they didn't say that. They said, oh, well, it didn't need a waiver, so we didn't have a meeting about it, which I didn't think was quite proper. But the Lethbridge Herald is a guide. If I don't see it in there and it's happening, then I'm really asking a lot of questions. So that's really interesting. I have a few more examples of that same type of thing. I won't bore you with them. But also, I
can just ask you to wrap up. Your time is up.
Oh, so is it? Okay.
You can make a few key points.
Few key points. Yeah. Okay. I don't like, in a previous executive summary, they used the word control. And when it talks about control of data and who has the control of data on rezoning or whatever, it makes me very nervous when the control gets more limited and more limited to who has the control. I'm very comforted by the fact that the Lethbridge Herald has a record of this stuff. I can double check with them if something gets lost or gets forgotten in the basement of City Hall. They mentioned that there would be a smaller advertisement rather than the big whole thing. I get that, but I haven't seen an example of what a smaller advertisement would look like to find out if it would, how it was worded, if it would give any indication, what it would give an indication of, and how complete it would be. Also, 60 meters is used in some neighborhoods for some, and I've seen other developments in other parts of town where the community planners will do 270 meters of notification. In Tudor Estates, they did 400 meters of notification. I've never seen anything more than 60 meters of notification, whether, and if the property in question is right in the middle of the 60 meters, and if half of that 60 meters is a road, then only 12 people are informed of a development. Also, it's not the residents that receive the letters, it's the landowners. So if a landowner lives in Edmonton or Calgary or Sunset Acres or whatever, that's different for the people on the ground on that street who are residents. Again, these notification letters go to landowners, typically, not to the residents. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. There was an example of the ad that's proposed, the smaller ad that was on the, we'll have that on the display during the question period, so you can see what the newer ad would look like. Yeah. Is there anybody else who would wish to address council at this time? Okay, for a second time, is there any further presenters? For a third and final time, any further presenters? Hearing none, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of any of the presenters. I'm going to start with Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. First question to City Manager Designate. Regarding the question about subsidizing applicants, are we subsidizing applicants when it comes to putting the ads in the newspaper? I don't know who can answer that question for me.
Ms. Gehring.
Ms. Gehring will answer. Yep.
Thank you.
So thank you for the question, Councillor Kaufman. In regards to development permits, yes, we aren't covering the cost of the ads that appear in the paper. That's true. In regards to rezonings, we charge a fee of $5,500 that covers all staff's work and also the cost of advertising in the newspaper. This is different than some municipalities who separate out the advertising cost. So what we did when we compared what we're charged for advertising versus the advertising cost from other municipalities, we actually bring home, in order to pay for staff costs, just about the lowest in the province. So I'm not sure if you would call that subsidizing or not, but we do make less money than other municipalities do in regards to that.
Okay, thank you. Just so for clarification, zonings we do charge for the cost of advertising and we recover that, correct?
We do. If you consider that we, as a department, we realize less money for our work.
Okay, thank you. However, you stated that we're not covering the cost of development permits.
That's correct. We're not.
Okay. This is an operational consideration. I'm just wondering if that was a policy decision or where that occurred in the history.
So the last time we looked at our operating budget, I don't believe we had the opportunity to reduce advertising in the paper. So that's why we had to look at it this time as well and went through a little bit more rigor with it and realized that, yes, this would be an operational savings for us.
Okay, thank you. So like any business decision, you've got the choice to either increase revenue or decrease costs.
That's correct.
And the decision here is to decrease costs.
That's correct. I believe we were given direction not to increase fees.
Okay, thank you. Second question through City Manager or Designate. There was comment stated about permanent record. What is the process of permanent digitalization on anything that we do at the City of Lethbridge, and how long is our records kept?
Public hearing records, council records, agendas, minutes are all kept permanently, and they're kept, our official record is paper right now. We do have electronic records of the public hearing and material. I'm not clear how far they go back electronically.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible for Mr. Westerson actually just to put up the slide of what an ad would look like? I'm certain the presentation was attached to my agenda when I had it last week, but it's not in my agenda today, on agenda to go. But I had seen that previously, so I'm just wondering if it's possible to share that.
Should be displayed on the screen here momentarily for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we can just leave that up. So it's the one on the extreme left.
Okay, thank you.
The black and white, sorry.
The black and white one? Okay, yes. Thank you. If I can ask, is Ms. McLean still in the room?
Yes, she is.
If she could come to the microphone, please. When I think of any Part 17 advertising, which deals with rezoning, zonings, developments, permits, things of that nature, I actually think of Ms. McLean because of the advocacy and the work that she does in Westminster. And Ms. McLean, if you take a look at that black square that has advertising in it for a notice of public hearing, 501 13th Street South, in your mind, does that meet the basic information you would require to understand what is going on. And I recognize that you actually read these things on a very, very regular basis, so you know what information is important. Is this enough information for you?
Gee, I'm sorry, I can't read it. And I don't have a paper copy in front of me. Maybe someone has a paper copy. I'm so sorry.
No, sorry.
Oh gosh, now I need a magnifying glass. Oh dear, this is not working out. Can I walk up closer to the screen? Because this one here is too small for me to read. I need stronger glasses. I'm really sorry, I can't answer that. This bylaw proposes rezoning property from religious to single residential. Yes, that's very good. It says where it is. It says the bylaw number. Tell us what you think. That seems great. That seems great, actually. And then I would go on the city's website and I would have to see maps. So it was really clear to me whether the 60 meters was going to be, you know, where they might have put a 60-meter map. If they, like that particular property, 501 13th Street South, well, if that's in the middle of the 60 meters, then 3/4 of the 60 meters is going to be roads. So I know that only so many landowners, because they don't mail it to the residents, they mail it to the landowners, are going to even read about it. That's the thing. The maps are very helpful to me. I'm not saying that it's insurmountable to not have a map actually printed in the Herald. I prefer to see that. So it's very clear to me exactly what area and exactly who is going to be or not affected. But I would go to the city's website, and again, another man mentioned, people have said that to me before. The city should have classes on how to maneuver around their website system. And because you're dealing with people like me, and you use different language, and you're not using the right search words. But I do admit that a lot of people won't phone the computer people, but I will, and they have been quite helpful. But it makes it quite. I would be the first to register if they were going to give a class on how to maneuver around their system. But yeah, that certainly covers it. It definitely gets your attention. It either affects you or it doesn't, and you move on. If it affects you, then you might go deeper to the city's website. So at the bare minimum, they would have to have that information there, that's for sure. And if a person knew some of the history of the property, then they could say, well, there was an SDAB or there was an MPC a few years ago. Now they're trying this method, or they were already turned down for a garage suite, and now they're trying for different things. Anyways, it's interesting to know the history and to have history, but I appreciate that a lot of other people, it's not. But thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Ms. McLean. So it does have, and I believe I'm trying to zoom in here as well, but I believe it has at least the name of a planner and a phone number. So if you don't have access to the internet, there is somebody you can traditionally call. Plus the web link there. You're saying, you know, shy of a map. It's got the information that's necessary. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, I think it does. And it does give you the opportunity to look further. But that would be the bare minimum, that what's there. Like I said, I'm disappointed not having a map, but I realize that if it interests me or if it affects me, I can call somebody. Now, hopefully that person is going to be quite helpful, and I'm going to say, well, can you please, my computer's down or this and that or whatever, could you please mail me a copy of the map? If I can't come down to the city for mobility issues or for COVID issues or whatever, I still should be able to see that map.
Excellent, thank you. I have more questions, Mayor Spearman. I'll hop out, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Actually, Councillor Kaufman, I think, answered most of my questions or asked most of my questions, but I'll ask through you to probably Ms. Gehring or Mr. Westerson. So I just want to confirm, because I think we're hearing two different concerns here. One is that there won't be any information in the Herald, and the other is that hopefully the city will continue to, I guess, fund the Herald is what I'm kind of hearing. So my question is to Ms. Gehring or Mr. Weston, just to confirm that the ad that we showed on the screen just now for Ms. McLean, we're going to continue to do those, correct? Like we're not stopping notifications in the Herald completely.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson, for your question. It is a good one for clarification. We did work with communications and city clerks on doing up this template for an ad. It is our intent that we would continue to put ads in the Herald. And Ms. McLean spoke to it. The map is informative, but it also eats up a lot of space, and that does cost us money. So again, from an operational funding point of view, putting information like this in would be much better for us in terms of our funding. As well, we have had instances in the past where we may have 2 public hearings on the same day, like today. One time we had 3 public hearings. And so by not putting in the maps and not having 3 separate ads that say basically the same thing, except for the address and what is intended, that makes it more efficient as well. So we will continue to put ads like this and also ads for development. We haven't got those templated yet, but they will be very similar. Those will continue to be in the Herald, but we will have the bulk of the information on the website. As Ms. McLean very eloquently explained, if you're interested, you will delve deeper. And I'll let Mr. Westerson talk about other departments because it's not just planning that's involved with this.
That's correct. We've engaged with a few different departments. From the start of this, planning was one of our biggest stakeholders. Tax and assessment is also going to see some potential efficiencies from this as well, and from the ads that they are required to distribute as well. And as Ms. Gehring has already noted, we will not discontinue print ads. Rather, we will continue and we will meet our residents where they are with the information that they need to make their informed participation.
Okay, so I think that needs to be just made incredibly clear that if council chose to move forward, it's not discontinuing our notification process through the print media, the Lethbridge Herald. It is just being a little bit more efficient and finding some savings, but we will still do the notifications, correct?
Yes.
That is correct. That's what I'm seeing the head nod from Mr. Westerson.
Okay. Thank you. I couldn't see his head nodding. So thank you.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Does anyone have any information on the percent that we spend with the Herald on the Rec and Leisure Guide every month as part of our spend?
We don't have that information with us here today.
All right. Does Mr. Hancock have that information?
He can provide an approximation.
Certainly.
If you. $2,700.
A month?
Each month.
Okay. So one of the things with the Rec and Leisure Guide is that it's free and it provides revenue for the Lethbridge Herald. Could we not expand that? And it's free. When I say it's free, I mean it's free. Everybody could have one. Could we not expand that? Since the Herald is printing it anyway, and we add some cost to the amount of what we produce in the Rec and Leisure Guide, can we not do a public notice part of the Rec and Leisure Guide and add a couple of pages to that? And I'm not saying that what was all discussed here is not valid. I'm just saying that at some point we need to look at how we promote things in using the best technology and the biggest reach. So can someone answer that question for me?
Mr. Westerson will try to answer that question for you.
It's a great idea. That still doesn't negate the requirement that the MGA has on us under Section 606 to produce an advertisement in the newspaper, a circulation in the community for 2 consecutive weeks. Under this bylaw, 606.1, we could look at using that instead of or in addition to in support of the rec and culture and the newspaper requirements upon us by the MGA.
Okay, thank you.
I have some questions. They're around the costs and the expected savings. So Mr. Hancock has questioned the savings. So the savings to the city by going from the existing style of ads to the new style of ads were advised to council as $99,000. Mr. Hancock says they would be far less. Have you had any discussion with Mr. Hancock about the discrepancy in the dollar amounts which are expected to be saved by the city?
No discussion with Mr. Hancock on that. I will reflect and back at the November 16th presentation, as well as today. We did mention the $88,000 as a potential upwards cost savings. It's not to say it's going to be fully realized. The facts and figures of those data come from our finance department here internally at the City of Lethbridge through invoices that we have paid. And so we could go back and look at those. However, that has been checked and checked twice since the November 16th meeting.
Hey, Mr. Hancock says that the total spend was only $79,000. Mr. Hancock, are we talking about the same ads? If you could come to the podium, please. Yeah. I just want to get some clarification on the difference in costs, and I want to make sure we're talking about exactly the same time period. Yeah.
Yes, at the Herald, we break down each department of the city. They each have their own separate accounts. So the billing was done, or the run that we did was specifically for what we will call the Saturday notices, public notices along those lines. And sometimes they would roll over and run a second time, but that is the entire billing for that entire division. And there are a number of divisions at the city, as I'm sure you're aware, and very tricky to deal with sometimes, but that is that one department, yes.
So I'm having difficulty understanding it when you say we're only spending $79,000 on these types of ads. They're in their current format, and we're being advised that the savings are either $88,000 or $99,000 annually. So
that's been part of the disappointment as well. Nobody approached us in advance of saying this is what we're looking to do. And I understand savings. We do it all the time as well. It's part of every business right now. So, but there was no approach about this is the idea, what can we do, how would it look, what would you guys be able to do? Even after the first reading, I approached somebody at the city who informed me that unfortunately wouldn't be able to speak until after this hearing and the vote had been decided. So I understand procedure is procedure, but it seems a little backwards that we wouldn't work together to try and find a solution before an ultimate decision is made.
thank you. City Clerk, would you like to comment on this point? Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I'm just wondering if some of the discrepancy in costs are based on year. I believe the year used in the report was 2019, as we started that report mid-2020, and perhaps Mr. Hancock's figures were 2020.
Okay. Mr. Hancock, did he wish to clarify?
Actually, at the time of the meeting, I ran the report and went back 12 months, calendar months from the day of the meeting. So it reflected the last 12 actual months rather than a calendar year, because that's a more accurate reflection of what's going on.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm struggling with, total spend 79,000 versus total savings 88,000. There seems to be something I can't resolve in my mind with that.
Mayor Spearman, if I could clarify, or maybe Mr. Westerson was, I believe the figures that we had in that report was in 2019, there was around 99,000 spent on ads. If we went to the smaller ad you see on the screen, for the same amount of ads, we would be spending around 11,000, I believe, saving.
Correct. City Clerk has identified it as such.
All right. So these new ads would cost 11,000 versus 99,000, and the savings are 88,000. Okay, thank you. That clarifies that point for me. Thank you. Thanks for your patience. Are there any other questions from City Council? Does anybody know what our total spend annually is with the Lethbridge Herald? So for all, we don't have that information. Okay. Okay, thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To Mr. Westerson, just to clarify, the bylaw has been amended, and to address the concern, and I'm sorry, I thought I wrote down his name, the gentleman who left the phone message. He had addressed the word solely. That had been deleted, correct?
Yes, that has been amended. That was amended, I believe, November 30th, the meeting of City Council. And that word solely, as well as I believe a subsection to section 4.1, I think was also added at that time.
And the section that was added reflects part 17, which basically deals with any advertisement requirement regarding planning, development, permits, things of that nature, will automatically be advertised in the Lethbridge Herald as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. To the city manager designate, and in this case it may be the city solicitor, I'm just curious about a contradiction in section 606 of the Municipal Government Act, and I'm wondering if I could get a response on that. And unfortunately I have to do this because I'm reading it on my phone. Section 606 1 actually states that the requirements of this section apply when this or another enactment requires a bylaw, resolution, meeting, public hearing, or something else to be advertised by a municipality, unless this or another enactment specifies otherwise. Sub 2 actually says notice of the bylaw, resolution, meeting, public hearing, or other thing must be, and I note the word must, published at least once a week for 2 consecutive weeks in at least one newspaper or other publication circulating in the area. So we have the must requirement there. But if you go to section 606.11, it then talks about us creating this bylaw. The bylaw does not supersede the Municipal Government Act. So how are we choosing to do something other than what the Municipal Government Act is identifying? Can you please provide clarification on that?
I'll ask Sherry, are you online? Sherry has stepped in for Mr. Lewin, Councillor Kaufman. I just want to make sure that she's online.
Yeah, I'm here. Can I just have a moment? I'm just going to read section 606.1.
My apologies. I actually sent the heads up to Mr. Lowen. I didn't realize you were standing in for him. So I'll ask another question while Ms. Shiga here is looking through that.
Okay.
To Mr. Westerson, you referred to the AUMA template. Can I just ask why we've strayed from it? We have certainly some elements in here from the actual template, but we seem to have added some additional things that might create some angst or confusion amongst council and within the community.
We looked at some best practice bylaws from around the province, thus being one of them being, and mainly being, the City of Edmonton's bylaw that had been drafted for approximately 2 years already now. And in consultation with Mr. Lowen, the Planning and Development Department, and the Tax and Assessment Departments, we came up with a few of those additional sections and added them in for a bit of ease of their advertisement process, and much like we talked about today, in coordination with this multi-channel, multifaceted approach and how we're going to communicate out our messaging to the community.
Okay, thank you. What was missing? What did Edmonton's bylaw add that shored up or strengthened what it was that we need to be doing here?
I don't think I have a specific answer for that outside of that identifying here in the bylaw, and Mr. Ross's verbal recording, last word was, as it's written, so it shall be. We put some wording in the bylaw that would help administration now and in the future understand how they're going to conduct their business so that they're not left in limbo when it comes to moving forward with ensuring that their advertisements meet the requirements of the MGA as well as anything that this bylaw may allow them to do.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Sorry, my question's been answered.
Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess this is for Mr. Hancock, if he's still in the room. Just wanted, I mean, we've had people talking to us about the dire consequences of changing our bylaw and the financial problems of that could result from the Herald. I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more about how dire those consequences really are, because I certainly don't want to see people losing jobs and that sort of thing. So can you kind of you know, expand a little bit on that side of it, on the financial?
You know what, I'll just put it bluntly, it's two people's jobs.
Okay.
It's the equivalent of two employees' jobs. So that's it in real terms.
So that, I mean, that is, and that is the reality of the newspaper business as it is right now, that losing that kind of advertising revenue does have an impact.
Immediate to the bottom line, you bet.
Okay.
Mr. Hancock, could you stay at the mic for a second and just, so there's paper newspapers and you have electronic editions as well. And, is the revenue from your electronic editions in the modern age, is it helping to offset? What's the trend in you, specifically with the Lethbridge Herald?
Yeah, it is helping in that when we replace a print subscriber with a digital subscriber, it is less revenue, but there is also less cost in terms of delivery. So we're seeing that transition happening. Right now, we're pretty well holding our own in subscriptions over the last couple of years, especially through COVID. We actually saw a bit of a spike because people aren't getting out and they rely on their paper a little bit more. So we know the transition is coming, and we know the digital side of the world. I get it. I completely understand. We do offer digital advertising, exactly what you're talking about doing here. So we see that. And I mean, that is part of the conversation I wanted to be able to have, and sitting down and saying, let's put together a new game plan then. Let's adjust to where we're going and what we could do. So it is hard. It's the Googles and Facebooks of the world. And I mean, to say they don't even pay taxes in Canada, the money's going straight to the US, I don't want to support them. It's not local, and you're seeing a big push back there, and you see what social media has done in Washington, but that's a total different story altogether. But we're in tough times, yes, we are, and things like this would really hurt.
Your request is, can we sit down together and work out a plan?
Absolutely, love to look at a new game plan and taking some of the ideas that you have here, what we currently do, how could we combine? Could we work with you on the digital side of things as well and help offset some of those losses?
All right, thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you.
Ms. Shigehiro is ready with that response to Councillor Kaufman's question, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Councillor Kaufman, just in answer to your question, Section 606.1, subsection 4 of the MGA says that a notice of a bylaw proposed to be made under Section 606.1 must be advertised in accordance with 606 or by a method provided in a bylaw made under this section. So it's 606.1 is that bylaw made under this section. So 606.1 is providing an alternative. We still have to meet all of the requirements, you know, the statement of the general purpose, the address or website where the bylaw can be examined. But that section in 606.1, sorry, the subsection, does provide that this is, paraphrasing here, but it's an alternative method.
Thank you, Ms. Shigehiro. So it is a flaw in the way that the MGA is written, because then we have a bylaw that actually trumps the MGA in reference to Section 606.1, correct? There is a contradiction there, even though under 606.1, 4, we can create the loophole, but it's still a contradiction, correct?
I would say that we're still in compliance with the MGA, and I might, you know, nitpick with the drafters of the MGA a bit here, yes. I might say in Section 606 sub 1 that subject to any other provision. But I don't think that having this, I don't think that this bylaw it contradicts necessarily. You're right. It's the drafting of the MGA.
Excellent, thank you. Your key phrase there is that we are still in compliance with the Municipal Government Act, even though there is this drafting contradiction.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I think that was it for my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, my queue is empty. Are there any further questions from council? Hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. We have one other public hearing to deal with. The next public hearing is for bylaw 6257. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6257, Land Use Amendment Re 501 13th Street South. The procedure for this hearing will be, we'll begin by calling upon Genesis Havia Oreo, Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Those else who wish to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Genesis Havia Oreo to provide the background to the case. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. My presentation today is for bylaw 6257, a proposed bylaw amendment for the property at 501 13th Street South. My presentation will cover the topics outlined here. The applicant is the Lethbridge Muslim Association, and representing them today is Dr. Abdul Avarawi, who will be presenting to you after my presentation is done. The purpose of the bylaw is to allow single detached dwelling, and we would rezone from PB to direct control. The location of the property is on the south side of the city and within the Victoria Park neighborhood. Here's an air photograph of the site, which more clearly shows its location, which is at the corner of 13th Street and 5th Avenue South. Here's a site photograph taken from 13th Street, and this one was taken from 5th Avenue South. The existing and relevant planning documents informing this bylaw include the ICSP and the SSRP. Here is a side-by-side comparison of the existing, proposed, and the surrounding land uses. And as you can see, the site is surrounded by property zoned low-density residential. The intent of the direct control bylaw is to allow a single detached dwelling as a permitted use. And for this reason, and in consideration of the surrounding properties, the direct control bylaw includes rules and regulations that are closely aligned with the low-density residential district. The DC bylaw was required because, as this map shows, there's no room on site to provide parking, which, if we were to follow the RL district, it would be 2 parking requirements for a single detached dwelling. So the DC bylaw waives any parking requirements for a single detached dwelling. Through an internal and external review of this application, no servicing or transportation issues were identified. The proposed rezoning is in line with the ICSP and the SSRP in terms of providing housing options and the efficient use of land. This map shows the properties that the property owners who received letters notifying them of when the application was received, and again when the public hearing date was set. In addition to this, 2 newspaper ads were published advertising this bylaw. From this, one letter was received, and I believe it's included in your agenda today. Before concluding my presentation, I would like to request that through a resolution, Council corrects an error found in the submitted direct control bylaw under number 11. Currently, 11C is a duplicate of B, whereas it should be as stated here. This change clarifies parking requirements for a new building if the existing building is ever demolished. In conclusion, this proposal aligns with overarching planning documents, and the amendment will ensure that the building is utilized with a use that is suitable for the area. It is Planning and Development Services recommendation that City Council approve Bylaw 6257 and reclassify the property to direct control. Thank you for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll now call upon Dr. Abarawi. Thank you. Welcome. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Abdullah Borawi. I'm here on behalf of the Muslim community of Lethbridge. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our proposal for rezoning one of our buildings. Just to give you a little bit of background on our building, we are requesting to change the title of our old mosque from a public building to a direct control building. Lethbridge Muslim Association owns the building since 1993, and this building has been closed since June 2018 when we moved to the new center located at 207 13th Street North. Next slide, please. As most of you know, that Lethbridge Muslim Association is a non-for-profit organization. We have about $6,000 expenses a month for both centers. All the expenses are covered by only donations from the Muslim community. We, as everybody else, are struggling financially since this pandemic started, and our donations has dropped by 60%. So we are hoping to get this rezoning approved by you for us to be able to maybe save a little bit of money. Our expenses includes about $400 on the closed mosque in terms of utility, building insurance. And we do provide accommodation for our spiritual leader, about $1,100 a month. So we are hoping to save about $1,500 a month out of the $6,000. And I just want to make a point here that we are not trying to make money. We are trying to save some of the donations for other projects for the community. Next slide, please. There's also some benefit to our neighbors. The parking is very limited in that neighborhood, and I think it's 100% residential area. I have received a few phone calls from neighbors. They are encouraging us, and they are very happy with the project. In terms of changes, next slide. We are not planning to do any major changes from outside. All the changes will be from inside, and we are planning to kind of build a single family unit, including 3 bedrooms, a kitchen, living room, bathroom. The basement will stay as it is, so no changes other than a little bit of painting and minor changes. Next slide. And this is just to show you how it's gonna look like from inside. Again, I want to stress that we are not trying to make money. We are trying to save some of the donations that we are struggling to get in the last 12, 14 months. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of the presenters. We'll start with Acting Mayor Higgin.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you very much for the presentation. A question I have is for the city manager's designate. Currently, the Muslim Association would have is considered a church, obviously, and does not pay taxes. Would this make them have to pay taxes if there's a residential suite in that building?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Higgin. So there is a portion of the property is considered commercial retail, and so there is a small portion of taxes currently being paid on that facility. This would certainly change that exemption, and that would need to be looked at by the assessment department once the renovations are finalized. I believe that Mr. Laverty reached out to the Lethbridge Muslim Association just to kind of have that conversation. So there might be more information there that the presenter might want to share. I'm not sure.
Thank you. I'd like to have Mr. Laverty, because Mr. Laverty, the presenter come forward to speak about that, because I just don't want to have any surprises for the association after, if this was to be approved, and I just want to make sure that he understands that this could be happening. If there's any details to share, if he could please come to the mic.
He's at the mic now, so Mr.
I don't really have any information. I haven't been contacted. I am the president of the association, and we don't have any information, and we're not expecting that the exemption from the tax is the thing that's going to happen. I'm not quite sure.
So the question is, as a religious facility,
right,
it's exempt. When it becomes a residence, it would no longer be exempt from taxation.
Okay, yeah, I'm not aware of that, and I think I need to.
Yeah, I just, and the reason I asked is I just want to make sure that there's no surprises later. And I appreciate. I thought about this, and I was concerned that if you didn't know about that or didn't have an answer from administration, that it's something to definitely look into. So there's no surprises. But thank you for that.
Oh, I appreciate your point. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And thank you for the presentations. If I could ask maybe Ms. Javier a quick question. The reason that it's being proposed to go to DC and not as residential is simply because of the off-street parking requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. How many parking stalls, and I believe at this area of 13th, if memory serves, there is no parking allowed on 13th on this block, is there?
There currently is, but we do have a cycling master plan that will eliminate that parking. With the different options that will be offered, a bike or a bike lane will be located along 13th Street North or a parallel street, maybe 15th Street. So that has not been decided.
Okay.
At the time, it is a possibility for people to park on 13th Street.
Well, there is. I thought there was no stopping signs in front of this building at the moment, but maybe I'm misremembering. And also trying to go from memory, this building has no lane access. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So how many parking stalls on street are available along this property, knowing that everyone owns the parking in all areas of the city on our public roadways, but how many on-street parking stalls are available along this property, just for my reference, if you don't mind?
From a brief review, there is available length along 5th Avenue to accommodate 2 cars.
Okay, and nothing on 13th.
If we're not counting 13th. I didn't look into that because I know it is a busy street and
Right.
oftentimes not comfortable to stop at.
I agree. Thank you.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Dr. Abarawi a question, please.
Yeah.
Dr. Abarawi, what is the usage of the basement in this building?
You mean right now or before?
No,
or in the future?
When it becomes a residence, what do you
It would
use the
be a
basement?
basement for the unit.
Right. So what will be down there? The more bedrooms? What?
Just a living
Storage?
room with a small kitchenette, maybe. It does have a small kitchenette right now. So we're just going to leave it as an open space for family with small family with 2 kids. We're not planning to do any bedrooms downstairs.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just for you again to either Ms. Oreo or designate, are there any historical designations on this building? We did receive one letter from a member of the public talking about preserving the character of the building.
No, this building's not historically designated.
Is not. So at present, there's nothing stopping any exterior changes on this building?
That's correct.
Okay, but this renovation or this conversion does also not contemplate any changes to the exterior, correct?
That is correct. The direct control bylaw was drafted acknowledging that the placement of the building is limiting in terms of parking. And so if you look at the bylaw, the only permitted use is a single detached dwelling.
Okay, and if there were any material changes to the building or a new building wanting to be put on the site, it would have to go through a development process as well, correct?
That is okay. Yeah, that is correct. And it would also have to take the form and function of a single detached dwelling.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to be clear on the existing zoning is PB, and we're proposing to go to DC. And I'm reading right in our package here about the DC. But why DC again? I'm not quite. Why not residential? I didn't quite get. I don't know, Councillor. I think it was Councillor Carlson asked it, but I'm not sure if I got an answer that satisfies me as to what's the difference between why DC versus residential.
The low density residential district requires requires that parking be met as per the land use bylaw. If we look at the requirements of the land use bylaw, 2 parking spots are required for a single detached dwelling. The purpose of a rezoning is an investment for the applicant to go through this process and have, the certainty that whatever's in the bylaw will be permitted through the development permitting process. For that reason, the direct control bylaw in front of you today waives that parking requirement, so that during the permitting process, the applicant does not have to go through a waiver, I guess, development permit process.
So what in essence we are doing, if this gets approved, is we're going to DC to allow residents in there without providing on-site parking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So in these older areas like this, where I'm assuming there are not a lot of homes that have on-site parking, they just park in the streets and avenues, is this still a requirement that we have that a residential has to have when it comes to a rezoning like this, has to have a two-car parking?
Yes, it is stated in the land use bylaw 6300, and until those rules are changed, the parking requirement stands.
Oh, wow. So if there were many other homes in this area or areas that just don't have the ability to have on-site parking, they would automatically be rezoned DC?
No, they could take that approach, but they could also go through a development permitting process.
Okay, would it not be better then to, I'm just trying to understand the difference. Would it not be, I guess, more appropriate to actually fit what is going to be here? We heard this is going to be a residence. Why wouldn't we have gone with a resident rezoning with a waiver of the two-car park?
So, Councillor Morrow, it's Maureen. So yeah, if he were to apply for, if we were to rezone to low-density residential, and the applicant were to apply for a single detached dwelling and not provide the parking, a neighbor could appeal that. And then his ability to construct a single detached dwelling would be thwarted if it was approved by Subdivision Development Appeal Board. So Ms. Havia-Orio is correct in that they are investing in this property. It's the reuse of an older building that, you know, we did receive one letter that there is some sentiment attached to this building. And other than it being demolished, there's really no other use that can be accommodated in there.
Okay, thanks for that. My final question then, does the rezoning affect taxes? So if something is DC versus if this would have been low density residential, would that affect the amount of taxes being able to be collected from this property?
Mayor Spearman, through to Councillor Morrow, the use of the property is what the assessment is based on. So if the use changes from a church to something else, like residential, it will change the category of that property. So might be some portion in this instance, because it might not be.
My question is, if we approve this, it's going to be DC, and it's going to generate taxes because there's a residence in there. If we were to approve this, if the applicant would have come with a low density residential proposal, a rezoning, if that would have been approved, what I'm trying to get at is the use is the same in either zoning, whether it's DC or low density residential. It's a residence. Is there or would there be a difference in tax based on the actual zoning of what would be the same identical use in both zonings? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
I do. I don't think the zoning necessarily applies. I will have to consult with our assessment manager. I'm not 100% sure, but it's not the zoning necessarily, it's the use, I guess. So if you just give me some time, I can get Mr. Laverty to log into the call.
That's fine.
If he can answer that for you further.
I think maybe I can jump in. It's Mr. Hawkins, Joe. the use is the governing factor. So the DC versus low-density residential, that's irrelevant. The use is going to ultimately determine the assessment and ultimately the tax bill.
Okay, thank you very much. That's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just actually clarification, I had the same question regarding Councillor Carlson on the no stopping in front of the existing structure. A quick search of Google Maps shows that there is actually a stop sign there. Now that was done in July of 2018. Sorry, not a stop sign, a no parking or no stopping from the sign to the curb. That was taken in July of 2018. Does that still remain or has that been removed?
From my recollection when taking the site photos, I believe that sign was not there.
Okay. Okay, it may have been removed. As Dr. Aburawi identified, they've not used that, I think, since the summer of 2018. So it may have been removed at about the same time, but it certainly does show still on Google Map. So just for that clarification, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh. Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I hope I'm live again. Ms. Heavy Oreo, I just want to ask, do we have precedent for turning houses of worship into houses? Do we have any other examples in Lethbridge of this?
Councillor Crowson, it is Maureen again. This has happened on the north side in the Senator Buchanan area is one I can think of. And actually that was a multifamily project. As well, we had a rezoning in Westminster for an older church to actually turn into multifamily, and that has not proceeded, but that was at the time. Yeah, we struggle sometimes with these older churches that have no parking on site in terms of what to do with them and the impact of parishioners or anybody in a public use coming to those sites when there's no parking provided. So I can think of those two examples off the top of my head.
And in those two cases, I can think of the St. Mary's one in Senator Buchanan and the one in Westminster. The buildings still look like churches. The outside hasn't changed. It is the interior that was renovated to make a modern use. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, another question. Is there a potential or possibility, because there's a kitchen suite, I think I heard already in the basement, is there a possibility that this can be turned into a 2-unit dwelling?
All of the interior changes and upgrades will be done as per the building code. The building code stage comes after development permitting, which will identify the permitted use. So as per the bylaw, secondary suites or anything other than single detached dwelling, so 1 unit, wouldn't be permitted.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from council? Okay, hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Okay, we're now going to take a few minutes and convert from public hearing technology to City Council technology. We're going to resume the City Council meeting. And we'll move to bylaw 6251. For second reading, a bylaw of the City of Lethbridge to establish alternate methods of public notification and advertisements. From Councillor Jeffrey Kaufman, be it resolved that bylaw 6251, a bylaw of the City of Lethbridge to establish alternate methods of public notification and advertisements be given second reading. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I don't know about my colleagues, but there was a fair bit of information that was brought up today, some of which I would like the opportunity to ponder. Obviously, we cannot speak to anybody in the meantime, and if people of the public are listening, please don't reach out to members of council in the meantime. But I would actually like to propose that we postpone this for 2 weeks, just with the opportunity to ponder the information we received today. Look at it in the context of this bylaw. The intent of this bylaw is to take us into the 21st century, to meet the requirements of the Municipal Government Act, Section 606, and take advantage of some opportunities. But we do need to balance this with some other considerations. And I would like the opportunity to ponder this for 2 weeks and bring this back on whatever 2 weeks from today would be.
Okay, Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I don't know if my colleague needs a seconder on that. I'd actually be willing to second it, but if we have more questions, should we be asking them now so we can ponder those, or shall we ponder and then ask some more questions perhaps about the bylaw in 2 weeks?
I think once we leave this meeting, we can't discuss this with anybody, including administration.
Right, but at the next meeting, when we bring it up for second reading, we could ask questions at that time about the bylaw itself?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll second Councillor Kaufman's motion to get it on the table.
Did Councillor, I think it's just a motion to postpone, is that what it is?
Yeah, for 2 weeks.
Okay, the motion is to postpone for 2 weeks, moved by Councillor Kaufman, seconded by Councillor Carlson. So we have to deal with that motion right away. So with that, I think we've just heard the rationale from Councillor Kaufman. So I think we can just proceed to the vote. Can we have a vote by roll call, please?
Sorry, I missed that. Just really quickly, what are we voting on?
We are voting on postponement for 2 weeks.
Of which?
Of bylaw 6251.
Second,
Thank you.
third reading.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Shiro.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed?
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Hagan.
Opposed.
Carried 6-3.
Okay, it'll be postponed for 2 weeks.
There's this one on the amendment.
Okay, next is bylaw 6257 from Councillor Carlson. Land use amendment re 501 13th Street South. Be it resolved that bylaw 6257, land use amendment re 501 13th Street South, be given second reading. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. We just had the public hearing on this, so I won't go into great detail, but I think this move accomplishes goals for the community as well as the applicants that are trying to make better use of their resources and facilities. I'm sure Councillor Croson will correct me if I'm misusing the term adaptive reuse, but I think this is an excellent adaptive reuse of a building that isn't as functional for what it was originally intended. I don't believe there was much, there was There was no pushback that we were made aware of from the neighborhood. In fact, there seemed to be a general consensus that this was an appropriate use. So I'd ask for my colleagues' support.
Okay, any questions? Any debate? Okay, and can we do a roll call? Or?
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Croson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Favor.
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Unanimous?
9-0.
9-0, okay. Thank you. And for third reading, be it resolved by law 6257, Land Use Amendment Re 501 13th Street South be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the
Worship,
same.
I've just been informed about the amendment that Ms. Heves-Sorio advised us of, and that needed to be done as second reading. So can we ask for reconsideration of second reading so that that amendment can be placed?
And Madam City Clerk, thank you. I had that in my notes, and I'm sorry, I forgot.
Okay, I did too. So what do we have to do? Pass a motion of reconsideration, then consider the amendment to bylaw? Okay.
Yeah, and it would just be majority to reconsider, if someone would make the
Motion
motion. Thank you.
Okay, motion to reconsider from Councillor Kaufman, seconded by Councillor Carlson. Amendment to bylaw, okay. So motion to reconsider, all in favor? Are any opposed? And now I have a resolution, I would assume from Councillor Kaufman. Be it resolved that bylaw 6257, Land Use Amendment Re 501 13th Street South be amended by deleting the current 11C as follows. For new discretionary uses that can be accommodated in the building that exists as of the day the DC bylaw is approved, as per Part 3, Division 1 of the Land Use Bylaw 6300, and replacing with the following 11C, for permitted or discretionary uses accommodated in a new building as per Part 3, Division 1 of the Land Use Bylaw 6300. So replacing the duplicate clause with the clauses outlined by Ms. Genesis Hovia Ario. So that is the amendment. All in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? There are none. Now we'll go back to 7.1.2 from Councillor Carlson. Be it resolved that bylaw 6257 Land Use Amendment as amended, Re 501 13th Street South be given second reading. Councillor Carlson.
Thank you. I'll just call for the vote.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. And for third reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6257 Land Use Amendment as amended, Re 501 13th Street South be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Carlson.
Call for the vote.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none. Thank you. Great. Well, inquiries, were there any submitted written inquiries? Okay, there's no inquiries. Are there any updates to City Council? I see none. Okay, in-camera motions? Okay, I have a resolution from Councillor Morrow. Closed meeting omnibus motion 10.1. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions with respect to board, commissions, and committees, matter number 1, remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, 19, confidential evaluations, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and further, be it resolved that Simon Griffiths be thanked for his service and that the 2 members of council on the Police Commission and the chair shortlist and interview for a possible new member from the pool of applicants that applied for the Police Commission last fall. Councillor Morrow?
Question.
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Motion from Councillor Parker. Closed meeting omnibus motion. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions and documents with respect to boards, commissions, and committees, matter number 2, remain confidential pursuant to Section 17, harmful to personal privacy, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 23, public body confidences, and 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and further be it resolved that Council appoint Councillor Higgin as Council's representative on the Alberta Urban Municipalities Association AMA Board in the position of Director, cities up to 500,000. Should Councillor Higgin be appointed by the AUMA to this position, Council's appointment will expire at the swearing-in ceremony on 25 November 2021. Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So are we just debating in regards to Councillor Higgin at this time?
It's all in one motion.
Okay, so well, first of all, I just asked that Council would support this, and I endorse Councillor Higgin putting his name forward to sit in the AUMA board, and I hope that my colleagues would support that as well.
Okay. Any discussion, debate? Okay, I won't be supporting it, but call the question.
Roll call? Is that what you're asking?
I don't think a roll call is necessary. I just vote opposed.
Okay, so it's not a matter of calling question. I've introduced debate. You've spoken to it. Is there anyone else who wants to speak to it before I wind up?
Councillor Morrow, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I guess I don't know whether I should thank Councillor Higgin or maybe wonder if he's a little bit cuckoo, because I'm sure he's a busy man already, and this is going to be a lot more work. But Councillor Higgins the only one that stepped forward and wanted to fulfill this role, and the opportunity is here. And I think that Councillor Higgin would make a great represent our area in Southern Alberta very well. So I totally support this resolution, and I thank you, and I wish you good luck.
Okay. Everybody else in favor? I will assume they're all in favor. I'm just registering opposed. Thank you. Have a resolution from Councillor Campbell.
Oh, sorry. Hey, Mr. Mayor. Whoa, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Sorry, did we vote on that? Did we vote on that?
Yeah, everybody else was in favor except me.
Did Councillor Parker close?
If he wants to.
Well,
Yeah,
you just kind of jumped from opening debate to telling us that you're opposing this thing 3 times in a row. So what
I'm
gives
just
here?
recording the vote.
You guys wanted to follow process.
Okay, do you want to do a roll call?
Well, I think
I'd like to wind up first.
I think
okay, go ahead.
Should wind up. Follow process.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you. First of all, I thank Councillor Higgin once again for putting his name forward. I think we have to remember that part of our strategic plan as a council was we were going to have more advocacy and more representation both on the AUMA board as well as the FCM when possible. And I think that was part of our strategic plan. And I think this helps fulfill one of our goals in our strategic plan. So once again, I want to thank Councillor Higgin for putting his name forward, and I'd ask for council support. And I just call the question.
Okay, thank you. Okay, do you want to do a roll call vote?
Councillor Campbell.
In favor.
Councillor Carlson.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Crowson.
In favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Greatly in favor.
Councillor Parker.
In favor.
Acting Mayor Higgin.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro.
Deputy Mayor Miyashiro?
Sorry, mic was off. In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Carried 8-1. The same one? 10-3.
Okay, I have a resolution from Councillor Campbell. Omnibus motion. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, and documents with respect to land matter remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 24, advice from officials, of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and further be it resolved that Council direct that administration proceed with the confidential direction received in closed session. Councillor Campbell?
Question.
Okay, question's been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Have a resolution from Councillor Morrow. Omnibus motion 10.4, 10.5, 10.6. Be it resolved that Council direct that the closed meeting discussions, reports, presentations, and documents with respect to Fire/EMS update, Invest in Alberta update, boards, commissions, and committees, matter number 3, verbal, remain confidential pursuant to Section 16, harmful to business interests of a third party, 17, harmful to personal privacy, 18, harmful to individual or public safety, 19, confidential evaluations, 21, harmful to intergovernmental relations, 23, local public body confidences, 24, advice from officials of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Councillor Morrow?
Question?
Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? There's none. Thank you.
Not that one. We just did that one, sorry. Thank you.
Okay, last one is for adjournment from Councillor Campbell, that we do now adjourn the regular meeting of City Council until Tuesday, January the 26th, 2021. Councillor Campbell?
Question.
Mayor Spearman?
Yes?
Do we not have one more closed session update from the city
Yes,
manager?
we do. We'll go in camera, just council and city manager immediately following this.
Do we not do that before adjournment to come back and adjourn the public meeting?
Okay, we can do that. Doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Okay, then I'll need a motion to go into closed session.
Campbell.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Campbell. All in favor? So we'll take a few minutes and then it'll just be city council only with the city manager. Is that correct?